Prayers.
Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the office of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our care. Amen.
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 22nd September 2022.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 22nd September 2022 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Any honorable member? Jara West, honorable member for Jara West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move the motion for the correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 27 September to be considered and approved. Thank you.
Honorable members, any seconder? Honorable member for Jokadu.
Much. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 22nd September 2022 be approved. Any corrections or observations from members, you may raise your hands when we begin. Honorable members, as usual, we all have copies of the record of proceedings. As usual, we will go page by page, beginning with page 1. Page 1, no comments. We move to page 2.
Page 1, Honorable Speaker. Page 1.
Member for Bakau.
Yes. Where you have bills. Standing Order 65, first reading of the following bills. A, Animal Health Bill by Honorable Minister for Agriculture. It was done by the Honorable Minister for Works and Infrastructure for record purpose.
I think this was the extraction from the order paper. What probably the table of it could do is to note down that it was tabled by the Honorable Minister of.
Further down in the minutes, it was so that.
I am made to understand that further down in the minutes, it has been indicated that the Agricultural Minister was represented by the Minister for, was it Justice? Justice. Honorable Member, are you fine? We now move to page 2.
Honorable members, no comments. We move to page 3. Member for Kiang Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here on page 3, it is indicated that I was absent without permission and I was present. After the following members absent with permission, then followed by the following member absent without permission, and I was here throughout, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, have you signed in when you came?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I signed when I came.
We look out for that correction. The honorable member was not absent, he was here.
Yeah.
So the table office will do the correction. There will no longer be any member absent without permission, and then he will be included in the 53 members who attended. That's noted, honorable member.
Thank you.
Honorable members, any more on page 3? We move to page 4. Honorable members, page 4, last paragraph, or just first reading of the National Health Bill, you will see that it is captured in the minutes that the Honorable Minister of Agriculture was represented by the Trade Minister. Sorry, by the Works Minister, Works and Transport. Member for Cantora.
That's okay. That wasn't.
Pardon?
That was my observation. Yes.
He had the same observation.
Okay, okay. No more on page 4. We move to page 5. Member for Nyaniga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 5, where you have Honorable Suleiman Sao, member for Central Body, who seconded the motion. The usual practice, as far as we are concerned, when it comes to reporting matters of this nature, when a member seconded the motion on a report and took part in the debate before resuming his or her seat, it is always captured as the honorable member seconded the motion and spoke on the report and so, but not like his name appearing on those who contributed later. If there are any changes, no problem, if it is fine, but the usual practice is not this way. Thank you.
But let's get it correct, honorable member. If you look at the ensuing debate, he said the following members debated on the motion. That would indicate anybody who spoke on the motion. Now, for this one, Honorable Suleiman Sao, member for Central Body, who seconded the motion, but if members want, it could be beefed up and say seconded the motion and contributed on the listing. We can add it, but his name should still appear on those who debated on the motion. Are we fine with that?
Let it be indicated that it has seconded the motion and also contributed. Then in the list of the ensuing debate also, it can be captured there too.
That's fine. A member for Cantora?
On the matter, I think vis-a-vis is all the same because he seconded the motion, the practices, and he took part of the debate.
But then also, people might not really look at this, that, okay, I second the motion, but I took part of the debate, my name is listed. So I think this trajectory is welcome. When you second debates, and then all members that took part of the debate are listed from the person that seconded the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 5, the ensuing debate, Honorable Kemo Gassama took part in the debate. He participated in that. Honorable Kemo Gassama.
Honorable member, can we resolve this particular issue until we get it out and you come in, please?
Sorry?
Let's complete this particular issue on the floor.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable members, while others are saying that we beef up the statement, Honorable Suleiman Saho, member for Central Badibu, seconded the motion and contributed on the debate, and his name will appear on the ensuing debate. Others are saying that we leave it as it is, and then his name appearing as number one only indicates that he contributed. The only difference probably may be that you will not know whether in seconding the motion is where he debated. So which one are we? We have these two on the floor, honorable members. Member for...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think for the sake of consistency, and I think that's what the member for Nyadija was saying, normally we capture it like Honorable Suleiman Saho, member for Central Badibu, seconded the motion and contributed. You see, the contribution was actually done before you asked the question. So I think it's important that we capture it there before the question was put and agreed to by the other members. So I think it's important that we capture it, seconded the motion, and contributed or spoke on the motion.
So that has been the practice. I don't know why the table of is deviated from the practice. You go back. Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. And then we can beef it up, huh? You beef it up, so that he, following his secondment, he also contributed. Honorable members, we now move to the last page. That's page 6.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes?
Member for Banjul North.
Honorable member for Banjul.
Yeah, thank you.
Banjul North.
Yeah, Banjul North. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just have an observation on the ensuing debate. I can remember that...
sorry, honorable member, you taking us back to page 5?
Yeah, page 5, yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
On the ensuing debate, I can remember I took part during the debate and I spoke immediately after Honorable Biram Sow, and I was not captured as far as the list provided was concerned.
Honorable Table Office, the honorable member for Banjul North said his name did not appear and he contributed. Huh? His honorable member for Banjul North, huh? Now, can we now have the honorable member for Salimentary?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As I was saying, on the ensuing debate, Honorable Kemo Gassama participated in the debate and his name is not captured. Yes, please.
Ensuing debate on page 5.
Yes, please.
Kemo Gassama participated.
And his name is not captured.
And his name did not appear.
Exactly.
Is Kemo in?
Yes, he is in. Thank you.
Kemo, where are you?
I took part in the debate, but my name did not appear on the list.
We expect that you will say it.
Yes, I want to say it, but no, she said no, let me give her an opportunity to say it. It's all the same.
No, because what will happen is, if somebody says it, you will have to ask yourself. Okay, Kemo Gassama of where? By Lower Badibu. Honorable members, Honorable Kemo Gassama of Lower Badibu participated in the debate. Table office, please note down. So we are going to have about 22 members participated in the debate. Any other comment on page 5, page 6 rather? Then, thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 22nd September 2022 be approved with amendments. Somebody was shouting. Who? Member for Sami? Sandu?
Yes.
Yes? Can I hear you?
Yeah, on the adjournment where you have at 18 minutes after 8 o'clock in the afternoon.
Adjourn under what?
On the adjournment.
Adjournment, yes?
Yeah, page 6.
Yes.
Where you have at 18 minutes after 8 o'clock in the afternoon. The assembly was adjourned until Monday, 26th.
Yeah. So what should it be?
Yeah, 8 o'clock in the afternoon. It
8
will be in
o'clock?
the evening.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock in the afternoon. What should it be?
It should be in the evening.
In the evening?
Yeah.
Honorable members, table office. Sorry, honorable members, what the table office is saying is their error.
Yes.
In fact, it's 18 minutes after 3, not 8. And it was in the afternoon on that particular day.
Yeah.
So all what we still have to correct it is 18 minutes after 3 o'clock. But the afternoon still remains, huh? Are we fine? Honorable member? Okay, honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 22nd September 2022 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, can we continue?
Laying of papers and reports. Consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, Fpac, for the period 2019 to 2021 by the Honorable Chairperson of the committee.
Honorable Chairperson of the committee, can you take the floor?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You could recall that sometime last week, the committee was supposed to present this report, and the members begged for the report to be deferred to a later date. The fact that they did not have the time to go through the report. And today we are here giving opportunity for the Fpac to present the report. Honorable Chair, the members of Fpac 6th Legislature consider the importance of the issues that are highlighted in this report, and therefore agree in principle not to allow the report to be gathering dust. That is, we should make good use of the report and the issues that are highlighted, if amicably adopted by this committee. The relevant committees, including Fpac, should ensure the implementation of those issues. Coupled with the fact that there was a ruling for the 6th legislature to take over the works of the 5th legislature, and that has mandated the Fpac that has earlier on agreed to adopt or to take over this report for the consideration of the plenary. In that vein, we want to thank the plenary, the entire members, for taking that move to allow the 6th legislature to take over matter of this importance by the 6th legislature. Having said so, Honorable Speaker, among the members of the 6th legislature Fpac, we are lucky to have members who were serving in the 5th legislature. Looking at the issues that are highlighted, we require the background knowledge surrounding those issues. On that vein, in principle, the committee has decided through the care to delegate the responsibility of presenting this report of Fpac for the 5th legislature to be done by the vice chair of the committee, who was a then active member of the 5th legislature. On that vein, Honorable Speaker, with your permission and indulgence, laying of the report proper will be humbly done by the vice chair of the committee. Thank you.
Can we now invite the honorable member for Upper Salum, vice chairman of the committee, to proceed with tabling the report?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby report the outcome of the Fpac sessions convened in public at the National Assembly Auditorium from 2019 to 2021. This covers the periods 11 to 22nd of February 2019, 10 to 25th of February 2020, 26th April to 31st May 2021, and the 10th September to 15th October 2021. In compliance with Section 102 and 109 of the 1997 Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, Fpac, had the following engagements. One, that is to review consideration of Auditor General's report on the accounts of government of the Gambia covering the periods 2016 to 2018. Review and consideration of the activity reports, financial statements of external auditors, management letters, and compliance report of the Gambia Public Procurement Authority on the following institutions. That is the Central Bank of the Gambia from 2017 to 2018, and we've also done 2019. The Financial Intelligence Unit, that is the FIU, 2014 to 2017. The Gambia Revenue Authority for the periods 2016 and 2017. The National Audit Office for the year ended December 31st, 2016. And number 3, consultative audience with the Constitutional Review Commission, CRC, and number 4, the review of the Public Finance Act 2014. The aim of this scrutiny is to ensure accountability and transparency and probity in these public agencies for efficient service delivery. During the exercise, Honorable Speaker, the Fpac received and considered testimonies and evidences from witnesses, including board chairpersons, management, and external auditors of the said institutions. Also, the officials of the Gambia Public Procurement Authority, GPPA, provided the compliance status of each of the institutions. It is worth noting that appearance before Fpac and other committees should be seen as a process by which the National Assembly, being the apex oversight institution of the country, holds the management of public agencies and institutions accountable for the actions and decisions they have made in the management of public resources. It is a session where good management or best practices is recognized and rewarded, while bad management is appropriately sanctioned with a report at the plenary. For the purpose of clarity, Honorable Speaker, the Fpac takes this opportunity to clarify that adoption of reports and financial statements mean the said institutions have met minimum performance level of the admissibility of the reports and accounts for consideration. This report of Fpac on the state of affairs of the accounts and performance of the institutions under its purview is submitted to the plenary for consideration and adoption. Meanwhile, I take this opportunity to thank the honorable members, subject matter specialists, and the aides, the clerk and his team for their invaluable support and the commitment given to the committee during these sessions. Similarly, I want to thank all the witnesses and fully submit themselves to legislative scrutiny by the chairperson. Honorable Speaker, I move to page 3, where we have the introduction. That is, as mentioned in the opening remarks, that's where we get the powers to examine the accounts showing the appropriation of sums granted to the National Assembly to meet public expenditure. Acknowledgement. Fpac hereby extends gratitude to the honorable members subject matter specialists, clerk of the National Assembly, and the support staff for their dedication throughout the session. We equally thank the witnesses for their cooperation in submitting themselves and their institutions through legislative scrutiny as required by law. Objective and scope of scrutiny. The scrutiny is intended to ensure transparency and accountability in public agencies in order to enhance efficient service delivery. During the engagements, Finance and Public Accounts Committee received and considered testimonies and evidence from board chairpersons, management, and external auditors of these institutions. Officials of Gambia Public Procurement, just GPPA, also gave compliance report on those institutions. I'm going to page 4. The Auditor General's report on the accounts of government of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, may I also say that the Fpac, when we started, actually, we dealt with audited accounts of 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, all the way to 2018. As at the end of the 5th legislature, as far as the central bank, central government accounts are concerned, we have treated everything that was before us. So there was nothing outstanding, even though we found a backlog of almost 5 years. Findings and observations. Findings in the Auditor General's report for 2016. Grants totaling 1,296,377,878.96 were not disclosed in the financial statements, and grants continue to be received by sectors but not recorded by the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. B, there were contingent liabilities totaling $360,092,828 and $2 million and €855,826 euros, respectively, were not disclosed in the financial statements. And in fact, these two contributed to the adverse opinion that was given by the auditors. Honorable Speaker, the adverse opinion for 2016 means that the financial statements are misrepresented, misstated, and do not accurately reflect its financial performance and health. Findings in the Auditor General's report for 2017. On reconciled transactions totaling $1,050,587,268.60 were identified during the review. Government bank accounts totaling $116,806 were not disclosed in the financial statements. C, total liabilities of $8,168,654.02 from concluded litigation cases against government were identified. D, government guaranteed loans to state-owned enterprises were unpaid and also not recognized in the financial statements. So for 2017 also, the Auditor General actually has rated the Accountant General adverse opinion. Again, it means the accounts were misrepresented and do not accurately reflect its financial performance. Findings in the Auditor General's report for 2018. A, the net worth of state-owned enterprises, SOEs, was reported as $5,389,778,820 in the financial statement, but could not be confirmed because the audited financial statements of the state-owned enterprises were not provided for proper consolidation to be done. B, there are differences amounting to $15,688,641,938 and $13,429,150 respectively between the prior year closing balance and the current year balances in respect of loans and grants. So for 2018 also, the Auditor General has rated the Accountant General adverse opinion. Again, the same thing, that there are material misstatements in the accounts. Findings, analysis, and key issues and conclusions, still on page 4. Grants from multilateral agencies do not go through Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs or the Accountant General's Department. They are arranged through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or NGO agencies and are delivered directly to the affected sector. Moreover, fear of not receiving full budgetary allocation usually prevents institutions from disclosing to Ministry of Finance the grants they receive. Officers from the ministries other than the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs usually sign some of these financing agreements. B, the undisclosed contingent liabilities discovered in 2016 remain unresolved as at the time of finalizing the management letter of 2016. Accountant General's Department, AGD, however, commits itself to work within a reasonable time frame to solve the issues. They assure Fpac that these outstanding issues have been analyzed and will be cleared in the accounts of 2019. C, The Accountant General's Department is a signatory to only central government accounts. Project accounts are opened through AGD, but the project implementation units are the sole signatories. The Accountant General has never been part of project negotiation, so they only have access to already signed financing agreements. The Accountant General is mandated by law to be responsible for the revenue collection from all sources. Unfortunately, payments for the security report and scanning fees are collected by third parties. D. Litigation against government involved in third-party information, which could only be obtained from the Ministry of Justice. The figures for 2019 were disclosed to the extent possible. Figures for 2020 have also been requested, but yet to be received. E. Audited accounts for state-owned enterprises were not available at the time of the audit exercise. The difference in closing and opening balance of loans was a debt management data issue. Since IFMIS does not capture the outstanding balances from the interface, only debt servicing information is available from the interface. F. Financing agreements of projects usually dictate designated accounts and reporting requirements. Some donors have stringent human resource and software requirements. They also require specific public finance management, PFM capacity in terms of coordinators and accountants. However, creating project coordinating units everywhere is a waste of resources. Chartered accountants of Ministry of Finance could oversee projects accounts like the chartered accountant that currently has the accounts at the Ministry of the Environment. G. Fpac is concerned about the persistent adverse audit opinion over the years because of the materiality of the misstatements involved, especially when no plausible explanation have been advanced by the Accountant General or efforts made to reverse such unfavorable trend. Recommendations from the Fpac. By virtue of the foregoing analysis and conclusions, Fpac hereby recommends as follows: that A. The committee directs ministries liaise with the Accountant General's Department for all grants to be consolidated. The Public Finance Act must be amended to force ministries to disclose these grants. B. Evidence of payment of loans granted to the various state-owned enterprises must be provided by the state-owned enterprises since government is a guarantor. C. Fpac recommends that the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs does whatever it takes to judicially use its funds instead of relying on budget support which might not be forthcoming or have strings attached to them. D. AGD must hire chartered accountants across all ministries and ensure that proper accounting procedures are followed. They must be able to handle any project account within the ministry. The Accountant General must report on project accounts in all MDAs which are part of the government and must therefore be part of the IFMIS. This will ensure transparency and consolidated reporting. All projects should use IFMIS instead of other customized accounting software. F. Outsourcing revenue collection must be regularized as a matter of priority, and project coordination units need to be mainstream to ensure sustainability. The Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs must ensure that revenue collection by third parties is stopped by end of 2021 and handed over to the Accountant General's Department. G. The Accountant General's Department to update Fpac on the status of unretired interest by giving the amounts, names, and location of affected persons. AGD to also provide Fpac with a list of all outstanding interest that is retired or paid back. H. The Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs to do a complete overhaul of the financial regulations, particularly the part dealing with administration of interest. And that's the end of the central government. The Finance and Public Accounts Committee, Fpac, also had audience with the Accountant Generals on the status of the repayment of outstanding interest issued to the ministries, departments, and agencies. The Accountant General informed the committee that the sum of 31.7 million was confirmed as outstanding interest, out of which only 2.5 million was recovered. The Accountant General, however, clarified that his office had written to all sectors affected with the names of the persons the interest was issued to. Unfortunately, they discovered that the majority of the officers involved have left the service and some of them could not be located. On that note, honorable members expressed their disappointment with such attitude of public officers mishandling public funds. The committee directed the Accountant General to take further steps and use all avenues to recover the monies. Every interest issued by the Accountant General must be given a timeline within which it must be retired. Failure to do so should result to sanctions. On the 12th March 2020, Fpac had an audience with the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, the Permanent Secretary, and other senior technicians of the Ministry. The agenda was discussion was for the minister to explain the reason for adjusting the allocations of Gambia Revenue Authority. There are plans to provide office accommodation for the Financial Intelligence Unit to update the committee on the status of repayment of outstanding interest and to inform the committee the status of the review of the Public Finance Act 2014. Now, I move to Central Bank of the Gambia. Now, in consideration of the reports of the Central Bank of the Gambia, CBG, for the year ended 31st December 2017 and 2018, the Fpac unanimously adopted the two reports. During the review of the reports, the committee commended the management of the bank for their steadfastness and position in turning the bank and the Gambian economy into financial stability in 2017. The committee was also satisfied that all key audit matters raised in 2017 reports were addressed and covered in the 2018 reports. Considering performance, the Central Bank of the Gambia made a steady growth in assets, and their performance was good in 2018, with a positive net cash flow of about $1 billion and $7 million from operations recorded during the year. Among its mandate, the Central Bank of the Gambia is responsible for achieving and maintaining price stability, stability of the currencies in circulation in the economy, directing and regulating financial, insurance, and banking systems for the economic development of the country. However, Fpac cautioned the CBG to address few issues observed in the reports. These include lack of adequate IT outfit at the bank, irregular meetings of the Financial Stability Committee, vault register, performing regular on-site examinations, and accounting issues like outstanding supporting documents. It is expected that all these issues should be cleared and reported in 2019 reports of the Central Bank of the Gambia. The table below shows the financial and profitability and debt liquidity and other ratios for the Central Bank of the Gambia. Page 7, findings. Economic challenges of the sub-Saharan Africa region include increase in the number of extreme poor and livelihood per capita. Owing to these factors, many countries in the region will not return to their pre-pandemic levels until 2025. B, CBG has grossly inadequate backup for its ICT infrastructure. An off-site backup facility is therefore needed, and this must be tested periodically to make sure that it works. C, the policy regarding transfer of foreign currency, cash payment, to the currency unit was submitted to and discussed with the board. It is now awaits approval for implementation. The problem at Megabank were caused by real estate sector, most of whom were servicing their loans with overdraft facilities. Analysis and key conclusions. Fiscal lapses, which resulted to expenditure on services as opposed to production, are the main causes of too much money in circulation. The central bank needs to engage the commercial banks so that they can increase their loan portfolio at affordable interest rates for the business sector to access to more financing. B, owing to the ongoing restructuring at the Central Bank of the Gambia, recruitments have been suspended. Every effort will be made to make sure that the current workforce at the CBG delivers. There will be no longer any compromise on complacency regarding the maintenance of standards. C, the CBG is also working with the company to develop suitable software for payroll and administrative matters. When the payroll database failed in September 2019, there was no backup, so the data on August 2019 was repopulated. Technical issues on the T24, which is the banking application platform they are using, led to duplicated inputters as authorizers. In the search of an offsite backup, there must be caution in acquiring assets seized by commissions of inquiry to avoid future legal challenges. E, CBG assures Fpac that all outstanding issues raised by the auditors will be addressed in prior year matters of 2020. Recommendations. By virtue of the foregoing analysis and conclusions, Fpac hereby recommends as follows. All management letters points regarding internal controls must be addressed urgently. Prior year matters of 2017 and 2018 must be addressed in 2020 reports to ensure compliance. All technical issues relating to the CBG's T24, which is the banking application, must be resolved by end of December 2021. A proper backup facility or disaster recovery site must be created and tested regularly to ensure that the system is working properly. D. Central bank must not remain attached to or continuously supervise institutions it has rescued from financial difficulty. Going forward, Fpac recommends the documentation and formalization of all post-audit actions by the reporting institutions. F, Central Bank of the Gambia should coordinate efforts geared towards establishing a fund for the purchase of vehicles for the Gambia Police Force from the payments made towards security escorts for cash shipments. To this end, the Inspector General of Police must liaise with the Bankers Association of the Gambia to discuss and agree on the modalities. May I also say that the Central Bank of the Gambia also have submitted their accounts for 2020 as well, which the current digit actually have also dealt with. So the only remaining is the 2021 accounts. Then I move to the page 9, that is the Financial Intelligence Unit, the FIU. The finance, that's 2014 to 2017. The Finance and Public Accounts Committee carried its review on the audited financial statements and annual activity reports of the Financial Intelligence Unit for the period 2014, 2015, 2016, and 2017, respectively. During the review, the committee observed the issues discussed below. The first issue is the rampant sale of pharmaceutical products by unlicensed persons at public places or gathering, which needs to be investigated by the FIU for redress by the Ministry of Health, so that unscrupulous persons and expired medicines not fit for consumption are cleared from the market. Secondly, the issue of money laundering and terrorist financing through bank transfers or related facilities was a concern raised by the committee. The management of FIU clarified that such cases are thoroughly investigated and reports provided to the police for their action. Thirdly, the issue of withholding tax of $8,666.73 queried by the auditors, which was not deducted from the vendor's payment, is a contravention of Section 89 of the Income and VAT Act of 2012. In addition, the FIU lacks a management information system for evidence collection and storage, as well as an accounting system to keep track of their revenues and expenditures. Despite some improvements in 2017, the FIU still failed to comply with the procurement rules of GPBA as required. The compliance status of FIU was reported to be unsatisfactory, and management was therefore warned to institute procurement structures and rules in order to improve on their compliance status. On the issue of their challenges, the Fpac noted the important and crucial role of FIU in financial governance. Thus, the unit should be given proper office accommodation as well as mobility so that it can hire the right number of staff to run the institution effectively. The committee resolved to engage the relevant line ministry, that is the Ministry of Finance, and the Committee on Rents and Accommodation, CORA, at the Office of the Vice President to address the matter. Recommendations. The committee recommends that the FIU was established under the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating Terrorism Financing, AML-CFT Act 2012. It should implement an accounting system as well as an MIS for evidence collections and storage. It is also recommended that newly established institutions like FIU should be adequately staffed before going into operations. Consequently, the reports of the FIU for period 2014 to 2017 were adopted. Now, the findings for 2018 and 2019. The FIU lacks proper office premises and adequate office accommodation for the staff, as well as inadequate number of staff to effectively perform its core functions. B, there is no means of mobility to conduct information request and intelligence dissemination. FIU manually conducts analysis of suspicious transaction reports, the STR, owing to the lack of proper analytical tools. FIU faces inadequate budget allocation to meet essential operations requirements. C, most of FIU stakeholders lack awareness about their mandate under the Anti-Money Laundering and Counterterrorism Financing Act of 2012. Implementation of the AML-CTF regime is cumbersome owing to weak enforcement and low capacity of law enforcement agencies. D, FIU experiences difficulty in supervising designated non-financial business and professions because most of them do not have supervisory or regulatory body. E, since FIU was created in-house by the Central Bank of the Gambia, CBG, it continues to receive subvention from the CBG owing to funding constraints. F, owing to lack of space, the staffing inadequacy at the FIU could not be addressed. Although FIU has the position of internal auditor on its organogram, no recruitment was done owing to resource constraints. Analysis and key issues. The FIU is highly dependent on subvention from government. The increased income realized in 2019 was completely used up, except for the $500,000 that remained. Despite program-based budgeting being implemented by the Minister of Finance, $16 million is allocated to the FIU annually and $4 million is made available to them per quarter. FIU was operating on a very tight budget and the funds were not forthcoming. Erratic release of quarterly allocations grossly affects their operational efficiency. The Central Bank of the Gambia carries out oversight over the financial infrastructure of the country. This explains its continued connection with FIU. The status quo at the FIU shows that all newly established government institutions must be adequately staffed, equipped, and resourced. Otherwise, their operational efficiency and effectiveness will be greatly hampered. Honorable Speaker, I move to recommendations. By virtue of the foregoing analysis and conclusions, the Fpac hereby recommends as follows: that the FIU must be fully equipped and staffed with adequate funding through the national budget. Fpac must meet with the Minister of Finance and FIU to discuss and remedy issues surrounding FIU's budgetary allocations. B, the committee recommends that the FIU be detached from the Central Bank of the Gambia to guarantee its financial autonomy. FIU should be adequately budgeted for and not be dependent on subventions from government institutions. Personnel from the Directorate of Internal Audit periodically must visit FIU to check on their records and documentation. D, copies of FIU's loan policy to be provided to Fpac for further scrutiny, and the FIU Act must be reviewed and aligned with international business practices. Honorable Speaker, I am now moved to the Gambia Revenue Authority. Now, it is also important, Honorable Speaker, to state that the Gambia Revenue Authority is also a sovereign institution. Their collections actually are deposited in the Consolidated Revenue Fund, and they operate based on the subvention from the Ministry of Finance. The Gambia Revenue Authority presented its activity report, audited financial statements, management letter, and procurement compliance status for the year ended 31st December 2016. These reports were reviewed and considered, followed by adoption on the 10th February 2020. And key issues observed by the committee include porous borders used by smugglers. Frequent border closure between Senegal and the Gambia pose challenges and are in violation of the ECOWAS protocols relating to the free movement of people and goods among member states. The use of commercial banks to transfer monies collected by GRA to the Central Bank of the Gambia, and the issue of tax defaulters. The Commissioner General of GRA, in his testimony, clarified that the authority was aware of the smugglers using the porous borders to smuggle their goods. The authority has therefore organized patrol teams to watch along those borders in order to catch the culprits. Considering the impact of border closure between the Gambia and Senegal, both the committee and the management of GRA expressed similar concerns and observed that this issue requires strong political commitment between the two governments, Gambia and Senegal. As brothers and sisters, sharing almost everything, such incidents need to be controlled to facilitate trade and movement of people in line with the ECOWAS protocol. Then I move to the recommendations. Before the adoption of the 2016 reports for the GRA, the Fpac requested management to fulfill the following recommendations. That is, the GRA remove internal auditors as members of the loans committee for the purpose of independence. That the GRA updates its ICT strategic plan and provide copies to the Fpac. That the GRA provides contract agreement or MOU with the Minister of Finance to the Fpac, which they have done. The GRA provides a comprehensive list of its assets and disposals. Finally, the Fpac adopted the 2016 reports of the Gambia Revenue Authority. Honorable Speaker, moving to the National Audit Office. That is the main auditors of the Gambia. Now, the reports of the National Audit Office for the year ended December 2016 were also considered. And I'm just going to highlight the issues here. That is, contracts were awarded to suppliers which were not registered with the GPPA in violation of the procurement regulations. The National Audit Office was rated 85%, which means they are not fully compliant with procurement rules and regulations. The National Audit Office budget for 2016 was tampered with by the Minister of Finance without the knowledge of the National Assembly. This was considered a violation. There was no IT policy in place to govern the implementation of its IT systems, and the NAO was found to be biased. Only a few of the same audit firms were awarded several times, leaving out others that are also equally qualified to do the work. The Auditor General clarified the above queries and assured the committee that the aforementioned concerns were subsequently addressed and will be captured in 2017 reports, as well as the paragraphs to the National Assembly. Recommendations. The Fpac advised the Auditor General to ensure that all the concerns and queries reported, as well as the procurement, compliance, are addressed and stated in the 2070 reports. The NAO, as the supreme audit institution of the land, should not allow such violations. They should rather become a good role model for the subordinate institutions under their supervision. B, most prior year matters raised by the auditors were addressed at the time of the meeting. The remaining outstanding concerns raised were clarified by the Accountant General's Department. C, the National Audit Office should endeavor to make a timely submission of their own activity reports and financial statements to the National Assembly. Now, we also had an audience with the Constitutional Review Commission as part of our report, and which actually we've indicated. Essentially, it was along the lines of the waiver of taxes that was shown in the Constitution, about the 14 days prior for approving the budget, 7 days for passing the appropriation bill, executive reports on cumulative government investment, etc., etc. So this was the consultation we had with the Constitutional Review Commission. Now, after the engagement, the Fpac submitted its position paper on the aforementioned thematic points to the CRC for incorporation into the draft constitution. Then the Fpac actually had a review of the Public Finance Act 2014. That's on page 14. Now, we've done a review, and again, I'm not sure if it is necessary to read all the sections or what we have agreed to, but if you see that we have actually made a series of recommendations, and from the recommendations, we believe that there needs to be an overhaul of the Public Finance Act of 2014. Honorable Speaker, may I also say that we are aware that the Minister of Finance is in consultation also with a consultant, and we've already had a preliminary meeting with them in relation to the overhauling of the Public Finance Act. We had a meeting sometime this year with regards to our recommendations. So I'm not going to go through the recommendations that were made on the Public Finance Act, but essentially, at the end, we think that they just need to overhaul it completely and come up with a new Finance and Public Act. So I'm moving to page 18. On the conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the Finance and Public Accounts Committee is happy to report that the backlog of reports of the 4 institutions under its scrutiny for the committee were expected to be completed during the course of 2020. All the institutions concerned were strictly warned and given a strict deadline, which was ended as of July 2020, to submit their reports for 2018 and 2019 respectively. The committee emphasized that this backlog of reports needed to be cleared so that institutions answerable to the National Assembly can provide current reports as required by law. The Accountant General's Department, AGD, must be committed to working within a reasonable time frame to resolve the audit queries. The AGD must be part of all project negotiations and have access to the associated financing agreements. The trend of adverse opinion on the government of the Gambia must be reversed as a matter of urgency, especially taking into cognizance the level of freedom in the current dispensation. The Financial Intelligence Unit cannot be too dependent on government subventions, and the erratic quarterly allocation will continue to hinder FIU's productivity. To mitigate the rising level of poverty in the country, bank loans and expenditure must be redirected to the productive sectors of the economy. Whereas the Central Bank of the Gambia urgently needs an off-site backup for its IT infrastructure, caution must be exercised in acquiring a suitable property where it will be located. The committee is of the view that several sections of the Public Finance Act needs to be amended, and the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs is in agreement with the committee. In conclusion, and by virtue of the foregoing, the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, Fpac, hereby submits its report for final consideration and adoption by this August Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, any seconder? Honorable Member for Lower Salu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion together to make my submissions just to briefly and very short and precise. Thank you, Honorable Member for Upper Salem, for making that brilliant submissions. And thank you, Honorable Speaker. And again, register my disappointment on the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. Honorable Speaker, since the estimate was laid in the chamber, the Minister is not there to be seen. And issues will arise in the plenary here, especially the sooner. And again, this important report by the Honorable Member for Opasal. Yes, he's doing the job of the office, but then let him also reconsider the parliament. It's important, Honorable Speaker. There are issues and regulations which are very important, which were highlighted by the member for Opasal. There's nobody to respond before the chairman. Yes, the technicians are here, but we are taking notes on issues that are raised by the member for Opasal. Honorable Speaker, this parliament, the minister should reconsider this parliament very well. He cannot succeed without this parliament. Honorable Speaker, I have two issues on these recommendations by the member for Opasal. The grants which enters in the country here. Honorable Speaker, it's very important. During my sooner deliberation, I also mentioned this, Honorable Speaker. I will take an example from the Ministry of Agriculture. We have 8 projects in the country here, which basically, most of them are grants. In fact, the citizens doesn't know whether grants are here or not. It's only some of the people who knows that there are grants in the country, and most grants, in fact, go back to their donors. Because basically, the intent project will fail, and respectively, those ones who should enter on those grants, to get the grants is always difficult for them. Honorable Speaker. Yes, I agree with the member for Opasal that all grants should be submitted to the Accountant General and the Minister of Finance, because it's meant for the citizens. It can't come to just a particular group or section. There will be no efficiency to the citizens, and again, the reason why the grants are in the country, it will be not how to call it, considered much, because most grants is a particular time whereby it will come and exhaust. Then if they can't exhaust it, they take it back to the donors. The second one is about the GRA, this borderline post, or those leakages that are in GRA through these borderlines. Honorable Speaker, most of these staffs, in fact, they all lobby for going for this border post. Honorable Speaker, what is happening, especially Farafenye? Farafenye, that's posted, and this place, Karan, what is happening there, Honorable Speaker? Is there to the detriment of our ports. Now, no vehicles come through our ports. Basically, they all pass through Senegal, whereby these officers, what should be charged per vehicle, it will be no charge. There will be leakages and compromise of taxations, Honorable Speaker. What is happening in this is terrible. We need to look at those issues, Honorable Speaker. And the recommendation that the member gave, I am 100% with it, and to charge our revenue on those issues, those borderlines is important. The leakage is too much, and there are millions of dollars that go out of our government covers for an individual. You've been posted there within a year, you are rich. Basically, the in and out of vehicles and commodities that comes through that borderline, they don't account for our government covers. It's only for individual. We are enriching ourselves, not the government, most likely. And Honorable Speaker, not only that borders, go to all these ports, especially our Gambia Post Authority here. The agents, what they earn from CPS land, that warrant them. In fact, they get more monies than the government covers. I'm not saying we close all those gaps, but we have to minimize the leakage of funds through these places. Because if the GRA are taxed to collect 11 millions, for instance, an example, what is going out? It might even half of it impact, which are not going for government covers. It will be very, we need to look at all those leakages also, whereby, and the recommendation of the committee also to be looked at. In fact, if there are going to be resolutions over it, whereby the officers charged on those offices can deal with the young staffs and the senior staff over there. I'm always because for that being the case, I have submitted my interventions and very short and precise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Salum. Honorable Member, the concern raised about the presence of the Honorable Minister of Finance, I think is genuine. I did find out that the Auditor General report is informed by, this report is informed by the Auditor General's audited accounts. He's around. And I also made to understand that the Accountant General and some members from Finance are also around.
Permanent Secretary also, Finance.
And the Permanent Secretary also, they are all around to listen to you and to take note. Honorable members, I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, Fpac, for the period 2019 to 2021. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, say no. The ayes have it. I now open the floor for honorable members to partake in the debate. We now have the member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First, I want to really thank the Fpac for doing an excellent job. One, by trying to cover up all the bad luck. I thank you for the job well done. But interestingly, I want to believe some of these findings and the recommendation are overtaken by events. So like I want to believe that the Fpac would start engaging the various institutions and the Ministry of Finance before finally allowing this thing to be tabled for consideration and final approval. But I'm very much happy for flagging certain interesting areas that they did a good job, particularly the issue of grants that are not passed through the Ministry of Finance or the Accountant General Office. I think these are very important areas. There are a lot of grants that comes into this country without the Finance Ministry and the Accountant General aware of them, particularly the National Assembly. Sometimes you go to the field and see these grants implemented, but you don't know where they come from and you don't have any control over them. So these are very interesting issues. And another important recommendation you did mention, which I really want to emphasize, I think this has to be put into consideration. Some of these grants and even project designing aspect of it for the ministry to be involved, that's very, very important. I think that needs to be enforced from the particular aspect of it. The other issue I want to talk about, that is the this institution of the Financial Intelligence Unit is a very important. I think almost all the institutions are important institutions that are key players in our economies. So I think they need to be given the required capacity to operate fully. So the recommendation you did mention in terms of staffing, in terms of office space are very, very important. So I don't know whether you have made any engagement with regards to make sure that all those things are put in place. The other issue I also want to talk about, the mover of the motion, that is the porous borders you're talking about, even though the GRA made this emphasis that they have a patrol team that is established to look at these things. I think there is a lot of leakages when you come to porous borders. And this need to be resolved in the soonest possible time. The other issue I wanted to talk about with regards to the Central Bank of the Gambia, especially the software you talked about, especially in covering of certain backup. I don't know how far are you in trying to engage them with that, because this is very important. Like the Central Bank, that is the overall eye of the country, without certain software in order to retrieve certain backups. These are issues that I think you have to engage them as a committee to make sure that they are established. I'm pretty sure most of these things must have been resolved by now, because since it's not this year, but it has been 3-4 years back now. Other than that, I think I am very much happy with your report and I am in agreement. And I will urge members to also adopt this particular report so that we can go over the institutions that are within the report and that of the Ministry of Finance to look at it whether they are completely resolved. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bikama South. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyamina Damkunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me thank the member for Upper Salum and the Fpac committee for presenting a well-formatted report. Honorable Chair, being a member of the Fpac during the 5th legislature, I may not have much issues because many of the issues happen in my present. But I just want to lay an emphasis. Honorable members, his committee reports are presented in the House here. They come with recommendations, and these recommendations are derived from issues during public hearing or during our intervention with the institution. That was the time the committee will sit down and derive some recommendations. What is important now is to make sure that these recommendations are implemented. Because if the committee comes with a recommendation and the recommendations are not implemented, what is the committee going to achieve at the end of the day? Because the recommendations are meant to help the institution actually to improve. And I think we should now try and then change our reporting format so that when we have our recommendation, they are accompanied with a strong resolution for implementation. If not, at the end of the day, we'll just keep on actually repeating the same thing. And if you look at the report, this thing already is overtaken by events. I think the Fpac responsibility now is to make sure whether they will roll out to come and to go and see whether some of these issues that were raised for the past 5 years have been implemented, because these are queries from either from audit queries or queries from the committee during the committee session. Then I think I would definitely recommend, since the report is overtaken by event, for Fpac to roll out, because most of these things happen in institutions within the greater Banjul area. So let them go and then see what is happening. Because if you look at like the Central Bank of the Gambia, the issue of the Central Bank of the Gambia, there is a recommendation where cash shipment, the police don't even have a proper vehicle for cash shipment, being the Central Bank of the Gambia. So a recommendation like this, by now, it could have been implemented, because there are certain recommendations you need not to wait until next year or about 2 years, 2 years coming. Look at that, okay, a proper backup facility. The Central Bank didn't have it. These are issues that can be taken care of as quick as possible. Honorable Speaker, this was actually what I have to add on this report to make sure that committee's recommendations are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku. And Honorable Members, concerns raised. I don't think all the report has been overtaken by events. Some of these things are ongoing issues. Probably the committee may engage the relevant institutions to give us feedback on their recommendations. You know, some of the recommendations are up to 2020, up to 2021. They can give us feedback. And the implementation is purely the Assembly's own. There are a lot of procedures to be taken to engage and ensure that recommendations are turned into something else that may be a little bit more binding on the executive. I will now call on the Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I thank the Fpac for a wonderful job done in correlations of the bad luck that they have tried immensely, and today we are able to have a report and also some observations. It's indeed great for their job, considering the years ahead of 2016, 2017, and 2018. Among the recommendations that Fpac has alluded, one part of it recommending the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs to take over issues of government management coffers. A recommendation need to take a step so as to correct previous years. It's indeed laudable, and I think it's in the right direction. Whatever finances that they could do, ownership should be done by the Minister of Finance and National Audit Office to serve as a better approach. And again also, all government accounts must be disclosed during the audit engagement so that it will ensure accountability and transparency. This is one of that will also help in their key functions. In the other aspect also, looking at the recommend or the observation that they have made into the FIU unit, one lack of space and also staffing. It's a great concern. A whole unit responsible for the running of finances and also key areas. If space is a problem, and again also to do proper scrutinization, it will also be a big challenge. And I believe the Fpac also should make proper follow-up. And again also in their recommendation, I said personnel from the Director of Internal Audits periodically must visit the FIU to check on their records and documents. I think this is also a good thing that Fpac would also work with the Director of Internal Audit to periodically follow and make checks and balances to see that it is amicable solved. Then the other thing also is cognizant of GRA. I believe the Fpac should also visit these border posts, to see for themselves, make proper recommendations. Though you could analyze and see, let's do X, Y, Z. But if you visit all those border posts, I think it will be an eye-opener. And there you could set patrol teams within around, but sometimes ownership or smugglers, they have their ways of doing. Either they could advise GRA what measures would they take and a whole lot of things that could also reduce these smugglers. As we all know, a lot of vehicles now come away from Senegal down to the Gambia. It's no exception. We have seen it, and we may not lose revenue in that. So I think Fpac could wholeheartedly take the journey to those border ends to study for themselves and also come with powerful recommendation. If it is necessary to set standards to see that we will be able to take and control our border. Then the other thing also is looking at the key aspects of FIU. And I believe softwares are important. And like the central bank, an offsite backup is not in place. If it's in place now, let them check how far. And do it has proper mechanisms to make sure it does the financial intelligence, for key sectors areas. Not only offsite backups, but periodically let them see it running, and they can also see they have the manpower in making sure they watch all those areas. And I believe if that is done, it will also be impactful. And we thank the Fpac for their wonderful job, and I believe we are in the right direction to move forward in terms of these grants. I know grants are always in place, but you look at 2017, 2018, a lot of unreconciled transactions were made, and it is repeatedly ongoing, 2016, 2017, 2018. So I believe the checks and balances are put in place. I think it will be history, and Fpac should wind up and belt up properly to stand and see that follow-ups are made. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Foni Kansala. I now invite the Honorable Member for Woodley East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also thank the mover as well as the presenter, Honorable Mbo, for a very good report. Honorable Speaker, the report has actually exposed the lapses in our financial management system. And I believe that those lapses, as recommended, must be addressed if we actually want to make headway. Headway both in the expenditure management as well as the revenue side as well. Honorable Speaker, I know that the Fpac must have engaged the experts to help them in the scrutiny of this whole process. So I will not ask that. But if you look at the analysis, there is this talk about outstanding supporting documents, where it is said that it is expected that all these issues should be cleared and reported.
Honorable Member, can you make reference so that members can follow?
I make reference.
Yeah, you make reference to the wherever you're quoting or the section or page.
Yeah, okay. That will be difficult. But what I'm trying to say is that it is clear that they've made a recommendation that this recommendation should be done before a particular period, before 2019. So I was only saying that if you look at the CBG report of 2017, the report says you adopt it without reservation. But my question is, why is it done without reservation? Because I think if you are asking for outstanding supporting documents that are missing, I believe maybe it should not just be without reservation, it should be with reservation. That's a comment that I want to make. What the speaker is saying, I will come to do that eventually. Honorable Speaker, the question comes to mind when we come to the table that is on page, where you have the table, let me see, yes, on page 7. On page 7, it says, what is the potential risk? My question is, what is the potential risk in the debt to equity ratio? If we look at it, there is debt to equity ratio is at 93.52. Because this is a key financial metric, which indicates a potential financial risk. So if it is high, it means that the bank has taken debt. And the area needs interrogation, because if the debt does not lead to significant increase in revenues, the additional debt burden would reduce the bank's profitability, which could result to bankruptcy. So just need some explanation, whether explanation was given to you regarding that particular issue. And if we look at the same table, it says, where it says that 2017, I think is the non-current assets. Yes, non-current assets in 2017, there were 417, I think, million. And then in 2018 is 349, which means it's gone down. So I'm just imagining that what we expect on assets is for the value of assets to go up rather than going down. But in this case, it appears that it's going down. Maybe something has happened. That's why it has gone down. What has actually happened that brought the value down? And on the issue of impress, Honorable Speaker wants me to go to pages. But on the issue of impress, I want to say that the report is blaming the public servants or the civil servants for mishandling public funds. But I think the concern for me should be based on the poor regulatory framework. Because there is a good regulatory framework, I know your recommendation has shown that. If there is a real good regulatory framework in place, it will be difficult for the public servant to do certain things that they are doing. But I think the public regulatory framework must be weak. So just like you are recommending, we need to update that and ensure that when we are giving impress, there is a specific time frame for you to bring back the impress. It must be stated 2 weeks after, 1 week after your trip, or immediately after your trip, or 2 weeks after your trip. It must be stated. Otherwise, what they do, or what they could do, is to just go and deposit the amount in their savings accounts at a commercial bank. And if it goes there for 1 year, you make a lot of profit. And after you've made the profit that you want to make, you return it. And if they don't call you to return it, then you keep it there until you make sufficient profit. So that regulatory framework, I believe, must be properly looked at, so that sanctions can be done if you don't return the interest on time. Honorable Speaker, also, if you go to the key analysis of the issues in 2019, that one we can, it is talking about the Inspector General of Police dealing with these people. I think it's already addressed by the speaker before me. That needs to be proactive. I'm sure it must be overtaken by events. to provide vehicles to the police. I'm sure that is already done. Also, Honorable Speaker, we can, if you look at page 4 of the report, let me see, which talks about fiscal lapses. Page 4, fiscal lapses. I think this is a problem because I always talk about these lapses. The government does not have a consistent policy on this matter. Because at one moment, we said the commercial banks should should provide more funds to the investors or the business people to invest in the productive base. And the way to do that is for government to take less through the treasury bill, and money will be available in the commercial banks. Because if the interest rate is high at the central bank with the treasury bills, the commercial banks are likely to send their money because it's easy business. And there is hardly any risk because we are giving loan to the government. But if the government takes less, then more money will be left with the commercial banks, so that they have to give it to the business people to invest in the productive base. So if we really want the productive base to grow, we must allow the commercial banks to give. And the only way to do that is to reduce the interest rate at the commercial bank. And that means that the government will have to take less. Because once the government needs more money, they will have to raise the rate. And raising the rate is actually encouraging the commercial banks to bring money there. So that is something that we need to look at. Honorable Speaker, on page 8 of the report, as you asked me to do, page 8, the issue I want to raise here is under Roman figure 3. And that is I think I've already addressed that, is dealing with T-bills, fiscal lapses. And then if you go to page 9 of 2014 to 2017, paragraph 3, money laundering. The FIU not having all this equipment to control money laundering will be very difficult, because money laundering is a very sophisticated kind of crime, which requires a lot of expertise and a lot of other sophisticated equipment to really tackle that. To combat this, especially terrorist financing, let me give an example of what money laundering is. If you are a drug baron, or there is drug barons in South America, for example, and they get these millions of dollars with them, but their target is to take this back, for example, to Europe or to the United States banks. They cannot take it there directly, because if they want to take it there directly, they'll be apprehended, they'll be discovered. So they decided to look for a big country which has big system, like the Gambia. And they say, well, their system is big, so we can take this there, deposit it. And they'll be happy when they see dollars. You know, Gambians, they get very happy. A lot of dollars are coming to our country. So they put that in our banking system. And then immediately they put that in our banking system, our dollars will appreciate against the dollar. And we will also be happy about that. But that is not good for us, because that is also creating another problem for us. So how do you detect this? You know, it's not a very easy, it's not an easy thing to detect. Because in order to do that, because these are people who have a lot of millions of dollars, and they did not get this money through sweat. So it's easy for them to come and bribe somebody through our banking system and deposit this in our system. And after a short while, then they move it from here and take it another country and move it from there and rewind it to America or to Europe. And it will be seen to be legitimate money. So it's like even if the United States want to follow how this thing went about until it ended, it will be difficult for them. That's what money laundering is. So if you have an FIU, like the recommendation at page 4, which is lacking management information system and evidence collection and storage, you are lacking all that. How are you going to track such a complicated money transfer system? You know it's not possible. So I think the recommendation is apt that we need to really not only give them an office separate, but also to ensure that they have the necessary tools to be able to deal with this. And you know, the countries that are being affected by this are also, I think you know, they are also linked to us in one way or the other. They will support you so that you have some of this equipment because we are helping them, because the money eventually goes back to them. Honorable Speaker, on page, the Fpac is recommending on page 9 in B, and we are now in 2022. So I was thinking during this period, short period that you have, did you make any effort to actually see some of these, whether some of these recommendations are actually addressed, even in a minimal way? Did you make any this thing before you actually bring the report? Because you know that your report is overtaken by events. It has a gap. Since 2014, you are dealing with all these issues up to now. Because I have observed that the recommendation on the FIU and all that will, if they are done, will be an improvement. And when you come to page 11, I believe it's page 11, it's talking about the problem of collection, tax collection. I know the President also mentioned it in the SONA of 14%. The collection has gone down 14% in the first 3 months of the year. So is it 2 months, the first 2 months of the year, compared to 2021. So we have a problem of collection. Some people say we don't have collection problem, but I think we have a collection problem. The fact that it can go down by 14, at the same time, the Fpac also is talking about the same thing. So I think we should take it seriously to ensure that since we are a tax collection country, we are based on tax. We ensure that we collect our tax. Otherwise, people will not get their salaries eventually. On page 15, Honorable Speaker, I think is page 15, paragraph 8. Let me see. I think it's paragraph 8. It says, I read with your permission. Section 15, temporary investment of money from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. It reads, the permanent secretary may invest temporarily in the Gambia or elsewhere money from this Consolidated Revenue Fund that is not immediately needed. And the recommendation under it is that Fpac recommends that the sentence includes in consultation with the Accountant General. So I am thinking, what type of investment would this be? Since the money is already deposited in the CRF. If the money is deposited in the CRF, it's in the CRF. And we have a budget to expend. So I don't know how money can be in the CRS which is not needed. And the fact that, it is already in the CRS, even if it is not needed, it means that we must have a surplus budget for us to have money in the CRS which is not needed. So I don't know how we can give this blanket opportunity to the permanent secretary to invest, and to invest what? So that is a clarification, that whether you seek clarification on that. But I think the fact that you've recommended, you must have short clarification on that. because Gambia is not yet having a surplus budget, in my opinion. So, apart from that, Honorable Speaker, I think the report is very good, but I think the recommendation from the speakers before me that the committee goes back and verify whether some of these recommendations have been addressed will be quite useful to all of us, so that when we speak or when we follow things, we know what we are following. On that note, I thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woolly East. Honorable Member, just as the Honorable Member said, the committee should know that members may want to know the implementation of your recommendations and probably the challenges faced by them to drop back, because it has been a long time. We now move to the Honorable Member for Foni Jarol.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I must start by first and foremost commending the Fpac committee for a job well done. You have a lot of experts in the committee that they have done a brilliant job. I must also thank the National Audit Office for the sacrifice, honesty, and the integrity that you performed during the investigations. I must also thank the subject matter specialists for being honest people who guided us during the discussion period. I must also thank the clerk and team who were there, and then they also performed very well and then guided us. I must also thank the witnesses and then the external auditors for being very honest during the investigation. Well, I don't have much to say because I am part of the committee. Whatever recommendation that is made, I am part of those who contributed to that recommendation. All I need to say here, I have to just go back from 2017 up to 2021, like what the reports are highlighting. A lot of grants and then monies was pumped into this economy. But we look at our economy today, it's very sad, if we are honest to ourselves. Because I was one time working at the livestock, and then I could remember in 2018 when I was invited to a workshop, when I was told millions was pumped into this country, especially the life sector, to improve the life sector. But go today to the life sector at Abuko there and see what is happening there. It's very sad. We are not empowering our businesses. You look at all the economy here, the money that we are talking about, look at the grants, totaling to 1,296,377,878. They are telling us that these were not disclosed in the financial statement, and the grants continue to be received by sectors. Where is this money going to? You look at every day on this social media, every day we are told that monies are disappearing. There are too much leakages. How do we close those leakages? If we continue to have this fiscal contact with cash, then this country, I am afraid, will just continue to move backward while our people continue to suffer. We have to act on this report. The recommendations that are there, we must act immediately without fear or favor. We have to see to that things are put in the right direction so that the country moves. We have to forget about party politics. We have to forget about favoring people. We have to put people in positions who we think they are the right people to occupy those positions. Putting someone who does not know what he's supposed to do in a position would only lead to these catastrophic things that we are experiencing today. Our economy is almost red. We cannot even create jobs. Every institution you go, every sector you go in this country is crying. Nothing is working because we are meeting them here, they are coming here. This is not a political statement. Any institution that comes here has something to complain. And then we are told that if you look at whether it's correct or wrong, but 51 billion was the debt that was increased within these 6 years. Let's look at the impact. Is it positive? Is it negative? Our youth are just out there, no jobs. Our women, even if you go to horticulture, every MP here is just asking something to take back home to his people, either vegetable garden or horticulture garden or whatever, agriculture. This year we ordered manure. Our farmers cannot even buy. Myself, I'm in the village, I found I cannot even buy because a bag of fertilizer is costing how much? 2,000. How many of them can afford it? Schools have opened. People have started to struggle. Some are going to be dropouts. They cannot continue. They cannot go to the university. They cannot go to GTTI because of the economy. We have to support our small businesses for this economy to grow. We are losing a lot. So we look at again the problem of tax collection. There are instances that you pay and then you are not given a receipt. Sometimes even this tax that you collect in the village, people go, they pay, they just write your name without giving you the receipt will come later. And sometimes when they are giving you receipts, there is a big dispute, I have paid, I have not paid. You pay something, you will not be given a receipt up to almost 12 months before you get the receipt. How is this country going to move? How are we going to create jobs for the youth out there? And then we know that they are deporting people every day. The youth are coming back home. Every year, youth are graduating. So we have to make sure that this report that I am part of, we're going to make sure that every actor who is part of acting, whether even the president, let him be ready to be called a dictator, because this country, that's what it deserves. I think this country needs a dictator. We don't need a president who is lenient. Because the malpractices that is happening in offices, we cannot allow that to continue while our people continue to suffer. People struggle to go to work. Even this institute that we are talking that millions have disappeared. Their own staff, beginner staffs, will even struggle to go to work. While we are pointing fingers to that institution that millions have disappeared, then who is taking this money? We have to ask ourselves. My emphasis here is to make sure that this report is implemented without fear or favor. Fpac have done a brilliant job. The Auditor General has not compromised his integrity and professionalism. They have done what they're supposed to do. So any actor is there, we should not be just like write a report, decide everything, read it here and then forget it. That's the past. Even if it's warrant arresting anyone who is involved in this, we have to. Because we have to see the country before anything else. We cannot allow people out there jobless. We cannot create. We go to the life sector that I'm from. I was told by then when I was there, millions. But all the animals that are coming there, we don't even empower our own people doing the business there. They are all coming from Senegal. We cannot. During the Tobaski time, how much was the cost of a ram? We cannot support these kafos in the local communities so that they can do sheep fattening, poultry and other things. That will be cheaper. But if you sit here just to prepare good reports, when we know it's wrong, we have to defend it because we are looking at our political parties. It's not going to help this country. If you look at the revised budget and you ask the finance minister, he will tell you that he's not having, he's going through sleepless nights. Because of why? Even to reconcile what he inherited here is a problem. A lot of things are happening in finance, and there's no way we're going to move because finance is the cream of the nation. It's the engine that will drive us to where we want to go. But even now, look at the donors, our donors now. This flows money. They say they cannot give it to government. They have to give it through Red Cross. Is this not a shame to us? Now even our donors are saying that we will not give you money direct to the government. We have to give it to Red Cross because we don't trust you people. How do we see it? I think we have to aim for better to make sure that this country moves from where we are to a destiny that will favor all of us. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Foni Garol. Honorable Member, nothing is working in this country. You said Fpac is doing very well, just like Fpac is not part of this country. So some areas may be working, not all, everything is bad. Honorable member for?
Point of order.
Please.
Honorable Speaker, the Speaker is not part of the debate. You are not supposed to debate.
I am not debating.
Okay, you are not debating.
I ask Speaker, you know what is debate? If I'm debating, I go contrary to what you are saying. As Speaker, I am putting things in perspective and to coordinate the debate. If I want to take part in the debate, I will ask the Deputy Speaker to come and sit here and I'll do with you. Honorable, where is my list? You got it? You took the list? It should be there. I don't know check with it. I've not seen it. The list? Where is it? Honorable members, we now have the honorable member for Bakau. Bakau?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank you very much for giving me the floor, and I'll seize this opportunity through you to thank the Fpac committee for doing a wonderful job. Honorable Speaker, since the anti-corruption bill is yet to be tabled before this august body, this report have exposed incompetence and malpractice in our public finance and public institutions. Where are we as a nation? Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, page 4, findings and observations of the report. According to the report, from 2016 to 2018, government lost track of a total sum of over 15 billion, Honorable Speaker. $15 billion is due to improper consolidation of government accounts. Honorable Speaker, these lapses are due to inefficient and corrupt practices in our public finance. Honorable members, where are we as a nation? This is not about UDP, it is not about APRC, it is not about NPP, it is about the Gambia. When the Gambia is synced, we all sink as a nation. This report is not a witch hunt against any party or any individual. We have assigned a committee to do a job for us, of which we all entrusted a responsibility on members. Members comprises of different political parties, and of which they are not supposed to represent a political party, but a nation as the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to take time of this report. We have assigned a committee to come up with recommendations. Any honorable member who goes against this recommendation, it means you are encouraging corruption, and not only corruption, but looting. And I don't want to be part of this august body. who will go against these recommendations. Honorable Speaker, it is important that all the recommendations of this committee be implemented with immediate effect. Honorable Chair of Fpac Committee, I thank you very much with your members for performing your constitutional duties and serving to the best ability of your knowledge. Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I am appealing to all honorable members to give support to these recommendations and give your sincere thanks to members of Fpac Committee for their time, effort, and resource, and sleepless nights. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bakau. And honorable members, you should own this report laid by Fpac. You have all the authority to look at the report, to put in, to insert further recommendations or put away some of their recommendations. This is for your own adoption so that you own it. Fpac did it on our behalf. Honorable Member for Nyanija. Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to also contribute to this great job. But firstly, I think it would be proper to definitely thank the Fpac committee for doing such a great job. This is job well done, and I think your committee constitutes members from different political parties, but you've approached this work bipartisanshiply, and I think this is what is expected from every committee. Whoever is tasked to do certain function. This committee has done a great job, definitely, so we really have to say thank you very much for doing such a great job. And it was a marathon presentation, but it was really conceivable, and it is well informed, really. Honorable Speaker, firstly, I would love to look at few issues as far as the report is concerned. And I think there were issues that concerns financial auditing, there were issues that concerns compliance auditing, and there were issues that also concerns performance auditing. These are all important aspects of auditing, to ensure proper implementation of budgets. And when it comes to financial auditing, and I think the National Audit Office should be at a position to ensure that the Public Finance Act is being complied with. The institutions obey themselves with these provisions to ensure that whatever they are going to do in public office when it comes to the management of public funds is in accordance with these provisions that we have in our Public Finance Act. And coming to their compliance, I could remember issues being raised when it comes to GPPA awarding of contracts to agencies or institutions which are not registered with them. This is an issue that they need to observe. This is an important regulation that they should not violate. And performance audit is also important. This will help us to definitely assess and evaluate the impacts of the projects, of the funds, of the budgets on the people of the Gambia. The grants that are coming, the the beneficiaries of these grants. We can only realize the impact on these beneficiaries by the performance auditing. And I think already the National Audit Office has a performance auditing unit in the institution which will help them to ensure that we realize the impact of these funds that are coming. With that little preamble, I just want to have a look at page 4 of the report, which says the government guaranteed loans to state-owned enterprises were unpaid and also not recognized in the financial statement.
Honorable member, you make reference so that members will follow.
Page 4 of it.
Paragraph, which section, which heading?
Under findings in the Auditor General's report, D. Good. It reads, government guaranteed loans to state-owned enterprises were unpaid and also not recognized in the financial statement. And I think some of these state-owned enterprises are subvented by the government. Being subvented by the government, there are so many roles that you need to play. Your performance, creating recruitment for the people, for the citizens, and of course to generate revenue for the country. But we cannot be subventing you as a government. We subvent you for you to generate revenue for us. But in case you underperformed, you get loans, you are indebted, and we go back to dip our national coffers to bail you instead of generating revenue for us. This is something that we need to look at. The public enterprises that should generate revenue for the country and create employment for the citizens, we need to look at this and to ensure that they generate revenue for the country. If they cannot generate revenue for the country, well, we can subvent them. Having subvented them, they implemented that, and they couldn't get drawn to anything but deficit. And we go back to our national coffers and dig and go and bail them. This is defrauding the country, and it is not helping our national coffers. So I think these issues need to be dealt with. We need to look at these things very well. Institutions that are subvented to ensure that they generate revenue for the country and create employment for the citizens, we make sure that they perform these tasks. Honorable Speaker, I want to look at page 5, recommendations, under which reads, recommendation A, B, C. I'm looking at C. It says, Fpac recommended the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs does whatever it takes to judiciously use its funds instead of relying on budget supports which might not be forthcoming. This is a reality. We've seen in recently concluded revised budget that the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs reported that there are projections, the funds that are not forthcoming. The non-realization of some of the funds is one of the reasons that led to the revised budget. So I think this recommendation is very important. We should make sure that we follow them so that we can have the implementation report of such important recommendations. Honorable Speaker, letter G of the recommendation, it says, the AGD to update Fpac on the status of unretired interest. This is important. Let's be honest as citizens, it's not only ministers, the presidents, national assembly members. Any official who hold public office, we should be honest. And I think there is already an existing policy that should guide the retirement of the interest. When you come, you are given an interest. When you come back, you report on the interest. Failure to do that, it has to be deducted from your salaries. It is so huge to hear that 31 million is unretired interest. And this might be a bad debt, because if those citizens are no longer working with the government or are no longer working with the institutions, how do we get hold of them to ensure that these monies are recovered? It's also another task. So let us be honest to ourselves, citizens out there watching, to ensure that when you go for any field trip, you come back, retire the interest, let it go back to national coffers because it belongs to the citizens. Honorable Speaker, findings under the Central Bank of the Gambia. it says, economic challenges of the sub-Saharan African regions include increase in the number of extreme poor and livelihood per capita. We live in a country where our GDP is produced by few and per capita income is shared among all of us. This is why we are very poor. And there is a projection that says that likely some of the sub-Saharan countries will unlikely recover back to pre-pandemic levels till 2025. I think our ministry by now should lay down plans. How do we recover before 2025? Because this is a projection and it is very, very important. How do we mobilize resources? Is it domestically or whatever means to ensure that we recover before 2025? It's a projection, but it doesn't really mean the ministry have to sit until 2025 to say this is what the projection has told us. This is a projection, but there can be a strategy, there can be a work to ensure that we meet targets before the projection. Honorable Speaker, analysis of key issues and conclusion of 2019. It says CBG is also working, page 8, paragraph 3. It says CBG is also working with the company to develop a suitable software. I think CBG is the regulator of the financial institutions in this country, be it private or what, to ensure that they have a proper software, a software that is user-friendly, to ensure that we seal all the loopholes to stop corruption and fraudulent activities in the institutions. So I think these are some of the recommendations that we should ensure that they are implemented, and CBG also definitely make follow-ups to ensure that they have a system software that is going to seal all the loopholes. CBG, right. Honorable Speaker, I want to also have a look at findings and observations in 2018 and 2019, page 9, under recommendations, findings and observations. It says, financial intelligence units lack proper office premises and adequate office accommodations. So I think this is an issue that needs to be approached as soon as possible to ensure that such an important institution have an office space and they have the right recruitment officers that are required, to ensure that they do the right job, that they need to. And analysis on key issues and conclusions of 2018-2019. Right, then I'll jump that. It's the recommendation on 2018-2019, that's page 10, which says the committee recommended the FIU be detached from CBG to guarantee its functional autonomy. I think this is also very important. Their independence is important. If they are not independent, they cannot be able to execute their functions very well. They need to be independent. They need to be separated from this institution, even though the institution can perform oversight on them, but we need to make sure that they are separated from them so that they can be independent, they can be free to perform their function very well. National Audit Office. It says the NAO's budget for 2016 was tampered with the Ministry of Finance without knowledge of the National Assembly. This is a serious issue. It's a violation. It's a violation of a provision, and I think the ministry will take note of this to ensure that they don't have any interference and with such practices. Otherwise, it is not going to help the country. And it's such an, I think the Fpac committee has done a brilliant job. They have lit a candle to ensure that our nation is consumed in light. And today we sit here as National Assembly members to also lit another candle when the nation is consumed in light, so that the corrupt will not have anywhere to hide. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. I now invite Honorable Nominated Member, Honorable Keba Lamfufana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I must begin by thanking the Fpac Committee of the 5th Legislature for a job well done, and as well thanking the Fpac Committee of the 6th Legislature for adopting the report of the 5th Legislature. Honorable Speaker, as a present member of the Fpac Committee of the 6th Legislature, my deliberations will be short and brief, and I will just basically concentrate on areas where we might need further clarification. The first one will be, after a very careful look at the report coming from the 5th Legislature, I want to ask whether there were any prior period audit queries which the 5th Legislature might have inherited, and if so, what follow-up mechanisms were done, and what is the status quo as at the time of the compilation of this report. And the other question I would definitely like to ask the Honorable Chair of the Fpac Committee, most of the experienced members coming from the 5th Legislature, would be with regards to the unretired interest. It is stated that out of $31.7 million, is only 2.5 was recovered. And if you look at recommendation 1.3G in page 5, it is mandating the AGD to provide a list of all those people responsible and the values involved. So I would like to inquire what is the current status quo, whether some recoveries have been done. And the other thing I would like to make clarification on, to avoid any possible doubt, is if you go to page 4 of the report, where we have analysis of key issues and conclusions, page 4C, it is noted there that security port collections are done through third parties. Who are these third parties? For the avoidance of doubt. And finally, it is also reported in the consolidated report that Fpac is recommending for the elimination of having project coordination units whenever grants are received. What is the status quo, so that the 6th Legislature would know where to start from? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member Keba Lang Fufana. Honorable Members, this issue of impress, unretired impress, has been an issue even during our time. And as was reported, some of the people who have not retired interest went into retirement. It's almost the same thing happening. I think it is important that what some of the members are saying, that the plenary takes a final decision and directs the Fpac on conclusive recommendations or even resolutions on this matter. Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As a member of both the previous and the current committee, I don't think my contribution is going to be long or based on the report itself, because I contributed in the report. My contribution will be as a source of guidance to this National Assembly through you, to direct them to the constitutional mandate that governs the office of the Auditor General. Honorable Speaker, I will guide this August Assembly to the section of the Constitution, specifically section 160(1)(c). With your permission, if I can read it to the August Assembly, please. 161. Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General...
Honorable Member, is it 161C or section 160 subsection 1C?
Section 160, subsection 1.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, it is mandated that at least once in every year, audit and report on the public accounts of the Gambia in the accounts of all offices and authorities of the government of the Gambia, the accounts of the courts, the account of the National Assembly, and the account of all public enterprises. Within 6 months of the end of the immediately preceding financial year, to which each of the accounts referred to in paragraph C relates to, report to the National Assembly on the accounts. Honorable Speaker, we are here talking of accounts from 2015 to 2019. Again, by the time we go to address this, it would have been overtaken by events. And I sadly hear some members say, and you included, that some of the things are not overtaken by events. Honorable Speaker, that is sad. We had a previous government from 2016 to 2021. And now we have another government. Obviously, they have inherited, even though it is the same administration, they have inherited something that was done by a so-called previous government, even though it is under the same. And it's sad to say, Honorable Speaker, that we are sitting here. Yes, I am a member of the committee, but we still need to ensure that the laws we make as legislators are respected. And we expect the Auditor General to be bringing reports. We are in September. And as far as this August Assembly is concerned, in July, we should have expected reports of 2021. And that will have given us the mandate to exercise what we should have been doing. Because it is no accident that it should be given to us 6 months, at least 6 months in the year. The budget is done in December. How can we look at the expenditure to ensure that funds that were appropriated have been done properly if we receive reports 4 or 5 years along the line? That is a cause for concern, and I think this August Assembly should put a stop to this. Notwithstanding, I will applaud the previous Fpac for having, because we inherited reports as far back as 2012, and we were, judicious enough to at least put some aside and look at some of the most recent ones. Notwithstanding, it was still against the law. And as lawmakers, we should be seen to respect the laws that we make. If we know that it is not possible, we should go back and revisit our laws and ensure that we change it so that we will respect the laws that we make, Honorable Speaker. But I think that is my contribution. It is sad to say that it is mentioned that we recommend that funds should be taken if they are not needed for investment. But Honorable Speaker, if you go back to the laws, before any money is withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund or any other public fund, the Auditor General should ensure that the withdrawal is in accordance with the provision charging the same on that fund or the relevant appropriation. Budgets have already been made. We are investments factored when we made those budgets. So we should be conscious of how we use the funds. Somebody would come up with fictitious investments. We've had people mention how funds have been embezzled. And we've had a member mention that they can put them in an account in core interest. How are we going to monitor and follow those interests? Honorable Speaker, we should be judicious. We should be honest to ourselves and look at the interest of the nation rather than the interest of our pocket. That is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Banjul South. I think you have done a beautiful analysis of the constitutional provisions. I was going to expect that it will come as a form of recommendation following questions you might have posed to either Finance or the Auditor General to advise, because we will not know why, for instance, they are unable to bring their accounts within 6 months after the end of the year. So I think those were the committee's responsibility to do, and then give us recommendations on the state of affairs of that particular one, where the challenge is there or not. But I think it's a good point that you raised. And it's the same thing as the investment. I think I told you here, members have a right to look at the recommendations, adjust, amend, or add before you adopt. So these are the recommendations that emanated from the committee. It's now for your decision now. And members can input or do whatever. However, I thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul South. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jeswang.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I join my colleagues to thank the Fpac committee for their job well done. Yes, it took you time to come up with this job and also come up with recommendations with regards to your findings. But first, I asked a question, I raised a concern to say, with regards to this backlog of cases. Audited reports are being packed somewhere from 2014 to now. We are still dealing with 2016 and now we are in 2022. Why? What is the cause? Why is this happening? When reports are to be sent to this assembly for approval, when budget are to be sent to this assembly for approval for the following year as expenditures. And we can only act on expenditure based on audited reports. But if there are findings that have come across through these reports, and that needs to be taken care of, and they are not taken care of, how will we move ahead as a country? I think it's important as a team within the National Audit Office and also National Assembly to come with a resolution per se. Yes, before approving any budget of any department or any ministry, we have to see your current budget account before we approve your budget. I think this is the only way we can move ahead. But we are not only waiting for acting on reports that are 3-4 years ago. The fifth legislature we are acting on reports that were supposed to be done by the previous legislature. But now, as the sixth legislature, we are now looking at reports between 4 or 5 years behind the schedule. So I think it's important as colleagues we look into this properly. And National Audit also have a problem here that I need to ask. What is the relationship between National Audit and the Internal Audit Department of Government Institute? There are internal audits that are within the government institute or government department. We call them department, we call them units. What is their relationship? Are they answerable to the National Audit? Or are they working on their own? Because these are the people who are doing the audit before National Audit comes on board. But if they are doing based on their own criteria or based on their own, how can you audit me as a head of an institution? Why should you working for me? It's going to be fair? No. I think we have to look at the internal audit department and try to link them with the external audit, with the national audit, to work hand in glove, so that they can be there as people representing the national audit. But if the national audit comes up and try to work with the internal audit when they are also working on their own, it might bring conflict of interest. So I think national audit to work on this and look how best we can put the two together. If at all you have the manpower, you add the manpower and then see how best we can work on the reports. It's very important. So look at the two departments, if at all they can be put together, if at all you can bring them together for them to work under you.
Address the speaker, please.
I'm addressing the speaker. No, I didn't call his name, I'm addressing the speaker. Thank you for your observation. I think it's going to be very important we look at these two things together. I mean, coming to the impress aspect of it, yes, we said there were many impress paid and they were retired. Why? Because there was no proper audit report. The audit reports were intact, and they were the current audit reports that are being sent. They are not having any problem of interest on retired. Now, those who are nowhere to be seen, how will that money be recovered? How will we recover those monies that those people are not within the system, or they are not alive, or they are not in the country? How are we going to recover those monies? That's a big question. So let's please look at things properly and try to, as quickly as possible, if my colleague will accept, we pass this resolution and see if your accounts are not properly audited and they are not sent, there will be no budget for you. We are going to approve your budget, and that's the end. I think we start working in that dimension, things will change. It's very important we start seeing ourselves as Gambian. Let's see Gambia first, and not see this country as a country that belongs to one party. It belongs to everyone. Let's work together as a team and make sure that this country is in where it's supposed to be. Coming to the grant per se, grants are coming into this country. Sent by who? On behalf of who? By the Gambian people. If grants are coming here, some of these grants are being sent back again. For what? Not being used. And they were sent for a purpose. So why are they sent back again? Why are they sent back to the people who sent to the country? Come to agriculture. It do happen all the time. grants came in the last week, they start forcing contract. Let's sign a contract within a period of 3 months. And then you really know that 3 months contract, you cannot execute within 3 months. Then that contract will be signed just for the sake of trying to hold that money. And if you are 100% sure that the contract you are signing cannot accommodate the time given for you to complete the contract. So let's always act on time. When grants are here, let's invite the relevant authorities who are responsible, who should be given these grants to work as quickly as possible. We come to NGOs in this country. Who is monitoring these NGOs? Who is monitoring them? There's a unit of monitoring NGOs, but are they monitoring them properly? Because they are also getting grants on behalf of the Gambia government. I don't know if my colleagues can put me through. Have you ever invited this NGO in this assembly here to ask them for questioning? I don't think so. Fpac here. Has it ever happened? Inviting NGOs here for questioning. And they are also getting grants on behalf of the Gambia government. So I think it's important we look at these things properly and then act seriously on this grant issue. That money coming here and going back again. National audit being the referee and then the one who should put us straight. Coming to page 12, some of the issues that we are raised about, one, giving out contracts to unregistered suppliers, and also number page 12, sorry. Yes, giving out contracts to unregistered supplier, and also they were 85%. I think the national audit should take things seriously because they are the ones who are there to control other ministries or other departments that's under the government. If they are not doing things right, how will you expect Sheriff Passy as a department or a ministry to do it right? As far as the recommendations are sent to you, it's good you act on them as quickly as possible. Maybe it might be an oversight, but act on them as quickly as possible. Let's not be biased in the way we do things. Let's work as a team. Let's take this challenge and know that this country is our country. Reports are coming all the time to say things are not going right. Things need to be done. The Fpac took it on them to start almost 4 or 5 years reports to come with results. Why not national audit? And now it's 2022 now. Prepare for what? To go into 2023. We still not receive those reports. Even if you come to the PEs, the same thing is happening there. If you go to the PEs also, you have audit reports that are only for 2016, 2017. There is no audit report for 2018, 2019. Only few you can't have got audit report of 2019. So where are we? I think we have to take serious. We have to be very serious with the way these audits are being taken care of, unless every department or every ministry prepare your audit reports as quickly as possible. And the grants coming, let them come through the Ministry of Finance. If they come through the External Affairs Minister, let them hand over to the Ministry of Finance. And Ministry of Finance will do their own monitoring and make sure that these things are taken care of and then these monies are being sent to the right people or to the right department or to the right ministries that needs to take care of this money. But not only to leave it like that, NGOs will come and do what they want to do. External Affairs Minister will come and give it out, any area that they want to give it out. That will not help this country. We have to do things right and then come together and work as a team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Joshua. I now invite the Honorable Member for Upper Fladu West.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity, at least also for me to have my say as far as the Fpac report is concerned. But I think it will be very, very unfair if we don't thank the Fpac committee. I think we have to thank them so much for the good work that they have done. But like going through the reports, for me, my deliberation is going to be very short and precise simply because there is a committee that we have given them an assignment, that is the Fpac committee. So for me, what I want to emphasize is all the recommendations that is put in place should be fully implemented. Like if you go through the reports, you will come to realize certain things, like as my brother mentioned, that is the National Audit Unit and the Internal Audit Unit. Sometimes you cannot differentiate them. For me, it confuses me. It's just like you put in an old wine in a new container. Because like the internal audit department, you give an assignment for them to audit the National Audit Office. To me, it doesn't make sense, and it will be very difficult for them to do the work as we want. And then also, he also mentioned one thing which is very, very paramount. I think here, as Gambians, before we come to this National Assembly, we all sworn to the Quran, and then we are all Muslims. And then we only going to speak the truth, nothing else but the truth. But we are here simply because the people who voted for us, that is why we are here. So under any circumstances, anytime that we are speaking, we have to speak the truth. Because when we succeed, we will succeed as a nation. But when we fail, it's the same thing. We will fail as a nation. Whether you are the president, whether you are the minister, whether you are the National Assembly member, whether you are working with the media, when we succeed, we will all succeed as a nation. But when we fail, it's the same thing. So the Fpac committee, for them, they have done their job. And then I am very, very impressed with what I saw on their report. It's very, very unfortunate that 5 years or 4 years reports are coming in 2022. Sometimes it is very, very difficult for you to read, within the lines. But notwithstanding, it cannot be business as usual. The narrative have to change. If we are very, very serious as a nation, and then if we want to move forward as a nation, the narrative have to change, and then it cannot be business as usual. Like, if you go through the reports, you will come to realize that the Ministry of Finance, they have tampered the budget of the National Audit Office, which is not in line. So, Mr. Honorable Speaker, like if you go through the report, you will come to realize that the National Audit Office budget was tampered by the Minister of Finance, and then without consulting the National Assembly, or the National Assembly is not aware. And then, Honorable Speaker, if you come to the National Audit Office, they also award contracts to people or to businesses who do not register with GPPA. When I saw that, I thought that, when I saw this thing in the report, I thought it's a fiction, but on the whole it's real. Like an audit department giving contracts to businesses who are not registered with GPPA. Absolutely, I think the narrative should have changed. So the audit department, they have to put their house in order. The way things are going, to me, definitely I'm not happy, I'm not impressed, because we owe Gambians a lot. And then when we succeed, the National Assembly, if we succeed, our country will succeed. But when we fail, the country will fail. And then we should remember one thing, we are the soul and the heart of this country. Because whatever is happening in this country, we should be held responsible as National Assembly members. And also, like my colleague National Assembly members also highlighted, Mr. Honorable Speaker, we have come to realize that grants have been pumping into this country whilst the Minister of Finance and the Accountant General Office are not aware. So these are things that should not have happened in this country, though we all know the importance attached to grants. We all know they are here to help the Gambian people. So anything that is coming to the country, the government in charge should be aware. And also in the report, I have come to realize one thing, that is the financial institution unit should be equipped, should be well equipped in terms of personnel, mobilities, in order to facilitate their work. And also, Mr. Honorable Speaker, I want Gambian people to have my voice loud and clear. Gambia, sometimes we complain that there is no money in this country, there is no money in this country, there is no money in this country. For me, as the National Assembly member for Upper Fladu, I say big no. Gambia is among the richest country in the sub-region. I have my reasons. The problem with Gambia is attitude. We have to change our attitude. All the time when we talk about corruption, what they look at is the president, the executive, and the judiciary. But remember, those at the lower levels, they are even more corrupt than the executive. So Gambians, we have to change our attitude if we want this country to move forward. Because like, as I said, there are institutions in this country, like GRA. In the reports, they talk about porous borders, that, vehicles are coming through our borders. Sometimes they may not pay tax. All those are revenue losses to the country. But for me, I'm saying a big no to that. Like what Honorable Member for Foni Councillor highlighted, he said that the Fpac committees should try to go and visit these porous voters. These are things that they're supposed to do in order to have a first-hand information. And they will come to realize that most of those vehicles coming from Senegal, entering Gambia, they pay tax. But the problem with Gambians, like Honorable Joshua said, people will pay tax. At the end of the day, they are not giving receipts. Or people will pay tax. For example, if you pay $10,000 or $20,000, you are given a receipt of $2,000. This is happening in this country. And it's caused by who? Gambians. Not those one in executive or judicial, but those working under, and they are working in the government institution. And these are the same people who will come and say, the government is corrupt, or people working in government are corrupt. And they are the same people who are collecting tax on behalf of the government. So there are a lot of lapses whereby government should generate taxes. We are not getting, and I said that in my last deliberation. I said, if we are to make percentage, 100% of the tax collected by the government, remember, government is getting only 54%, and the 46% is going away. I will just give an example or one scenario. Like someone who is working GRA, for example, a junior officer, will be working under that department for three months or 6 months. Within 6 months, you will see that particular person is building a mansion. Where did he get that money? Where did he get money? These are realities on the ground, and people are seeing it. So government, our problem is we have to change our attitude if we want this country to move forward. Sometimes it's very, very stressful. It's very, very stressful. People are working for the government, and they don't want to take ownership. Every Gambian should be a police officer if we want this country to move forward. Well, for Fpac, I think we have to give them a tap on their back because they have done a lot. As I said, GRA, Gambia Ports Authority, and Gambia Civil Aviation, these are our powerhouses of revenue collecting bodies in this country. These three areas, if they put their house in orders, if government can collect 85% or 90% of the tax, I am telling you, Gambia will be a Singapore of Africa. But people must change our attitude if we want this country to move forward. And also, one thing people also highlighted, that is Mr. Honorable Speaker, like also for me, my contribution as far as this report is concerned, I am still banging on what I said, that is the recommendation should be fully implemented. The recommendation of the Fpac committee should be fully implemented. And I personally, I also want to give a recommendation. That is going to be my own recommendation to, that is the NAO, that is the National Audit Office. Like for the office to conduct more training for the staffs who are working there. Because I have seen that they have awarded contracts to businesses who have not registered with GPPA. Is it that is a norm, or they did that deliberately, or they don't know? So that is why I said, if possible, that training should be organized for those personnel who are working at that department. And also the $32 million is unaccounted for. That is the impress that was given, $32 million. I think only $2 million was recovered. Mr. Honorable Speaker, all those who are found wanting, we need to know their names and where they are. We need to know their names and where they are. This money, if they put it into good use, they have to come and explain. If they don't put it into good use, remember, public fund must be put into good use. Public fund must be accounted for. And public fund should be used in order to address the needs of the Gambian people. So all those who are responsible should come and explain. It cannot be business as usual. And all those who are found wanting, we should come up with a resolution before we finally make adaptation to this Fpac report, that all those who are responsible should come forward and then explain. So, Mr. Honorable Speaker, my colleague National Assembly members, I think I have to thank the Honorable Speaker. I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to address this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Upper Florida West, you said to me you just were going to contribute just a few minutes. You raised my hopes. Only to Honorable Member, just clarification only. The Auditor General is not usually audited by any internal auditors. The Auditor General is audited by external auditors appointed by the National Assembly. And for those who are not retired impressed, is the Assembly's to request. If you request, there is nothing secret for Assembly members. If you request for the names and the compilations, it will be made available to you. The Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the chairperson and the team for work done, though it's late. But as the saying goes, goodness is never late. Honorable Speaker, this report has shown to us that there is high corruption in this country. Corruption is manifested in the report. Abuse of office is manifested. Mismanagement is manifested. And nepotism, favoritism, even if it is not manifested, but can be felt in the report. Honorable Speaker, responsibility is very key. Trust is key. When people give you the trust to carry out the responsibility, you are expected to deliver. Honorable Speaker, looking at page 4. Page 4 saw a lot of gap of the money that serve as liabilities from the grants that were awarded or given to the country or received. Honorable Speaker, I think, as you said, this assembly, said by other honorable members, we must, by the end of the day today, we must take a motion to demand for these differences to be available within a time frame. Fpac did a great job, but most of the recommendations are not time-tailored. Time-tailored in the sense that if you are recommending an institution to perform or do something, there must be a time bound. So I see a big gap in some of the recommendations. Like, for example, when we ask Auditor General to do AOP or Ministry of Finance, we need to have a time bound attached to some of the requests in the recommendation. Honorable Speaker, they made mention of state-owned enterprises we are unpaid and also not recognized in the financial statements. You know, state-owned and which ones in specific? It will be very important to know them so that follow-up could be done. Or in our quest for more evidences, we can be able to trace them out. Honorable Speaker, the report also went further on page 4. The net worth of state-owned enterprises was reported as $5.389 billion in the financial statement, but could not be confirmed because the audited financial statements of SOEs were not provided for proper consolidation to be done. Why? Why was it not provided, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, going to the analysis of the key issues and conclusions, they are arranged through Ministry of Foreign Affairs or NGOs agencies and are delivered directly to the affected sector. Honorable Speaker, if people don't trust you, would they give you their fund? So the NGOs that are coming, you know, if there is a particular NGO that can carry out the work effectively and efficiently, why should we give it to the state-owned institutions that are corrupt? So this money is not Gambia government's money.
I'm a partner, I'm interested to work with CRS or any other institution. If I trust them, they are the people that I'll give money for them to implement. So this is about trust. Our institutions must live to expectation. They must become Caesar's wife beyond all suspicions. But if I suspect that you will not judiciously use the funds, why should I give you my fund? So I don't think there should be any string attached to that. Honorable Speaker, going to page 5. Fpac is concerned about persistent adverse audit opinion over years because of the materiality of the misstatements involved, especially when no plausible explanation have been advanced by AGD or efforts made to reverse this unfavorable trend. Honorable Speaker, these are all evidence of corruption in our system, which need to be immediately addressed if we want to work as a nation. It has been alluded by all of us from different backgrounds. Honorable Speaker, going forward, without wasting much time, another evidence of corruption in our system is the Finance and Public Accounts on page 6, Committee Fpac, also had an audience with the Accountant General on the status of the repayment of outstanding interest issued to ministries, departments, and agencies. Honorable Speaker, we need a list by the end of the day. They need to bring this money within 1 month period. Wherever they are on earth, they have to pay this money. If I take a bank loan, for example, if the loan is not paid, there are sureties. My families are there. So these people, we must pursue them to pay this money. This is taxpayers' money, Honorable. We want to be serious, and we have gaps. We want to do some development. We want to buy medicines. We cannot have such pending funds with the individuals. We are saying we don't know how to trace them. No, it's not possible. Even if they fly to the moon, we have to go and get them. I don't fly to the moon. Give me a try. Honorable Speaker, going to Fpac Finance Act. It was highlighted that the acts need to be adjusted. Honorable Speaker, sometimes I get discouraged with these acts. So many acts to be formulated, to be adjusted. At the end of the day, you don't see them appearing. So since your time as the majority of this House, you have been working on so many acts. We found them here. But now you look at the people, the attitude of the institutions. Sometimes you get discouraged of the acts. Not that those acts are not good, but anytime you come, you want to change acts, you want to adjust acts, and those acts can still serve for purpose. I know some are outdated, but you have numerous of them that are still good, and they can be able to hold our people accountable. We are not implementing them. So I'm sometimes discouraged about the acts. Sometimes it could be waste of fun and energy. Honorable Speaker, going to page 8. No, let me move to page. The findings. Let me move to page 9. Honorable Speaker, there is something that we need to look at as Parliament. The first issue is the rampant sale of pharmaceutical products by unlicensed persons at public. This is another manifestation of corruption in our system. Honorable Speaker, corruption is a cankerworm, and once it's not addressed, will eat the fabric of our society. Honorable Speaker, how can this thing be happening? Where are the institutions responsible? And every corner you move, there is a pharmacy. We need to find out what is happening. Where are the regulations? Where are the laws? So this report tells us a lot. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, going to the second point, the issue of money laundering and terrorist financing. This is very serious. And as a country, if we want to get more funding from outside, and which we all depend on, Gambia, we don't produce, but we are receivers than producers. So if we want to receive more, we must combat against money laundering. And it's all corrupt practices done by barons or the cabals, you call them. They have different names in different societies. And they always get their support from the government. They don't operate alone, they operate with governments. So the government must be serious to fight against money laundering. These are organized set of people. Honorable Speaker, if we don't fight them right now, our country is going to have a problem. They are here, they can do all kinds of means, any means necessary to get fund. And at the end of the day, they don't care to take people's life in order to get money or for their business to go on. So these are the people that we all must be ready, hands must be on deck to fight against them. Our police must be in action, Honorable Speaker, to investigate issues, to be able to identify them in their hands. These are organized people. They can be anywhere. They can be in the parliament here, we don't know. Honorable Speaker, going to the report, page 10, analysis of key issues and conclusion of 2018 and 2019, first paragraph, second, third line, FIU was operating on a very tight budget and the funds were not forthcoming. Erratic release of quarterly allocation grossly affects their operational efficiency. Honorable Speaker, how do you expect them to be independent when they don't have their funds on time? How do you expect them to perform? Honorable Speaker. So these are some of the things that these are hurdles that need to be fixed. Honorable Speaker, it went further to say, the Central Bank of the Gambia carries out oversight over the financial infrastructure of the country. This explains its continued connection with FIU. Honorable Speaker, Central Bank, lot is expected from them. But if they are not free from executive interference, they will not perform. This is one of the key things that are affecting our institutions. Executive interference is too much in our institutions. Honorable Speaker, the findings also 2016 to 2017 talks about revenue collection. Yes, we have to say kudos to GRA for the collection being made, but there are gaps as highlighted in the report, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, considering the impact of border closure between Gambia and Senegal, both the committee and management of GRA expressed their similar concerns and observed that this issue requires strong political commitment between the two governments. Honorable Speaker, border closures do happen, but at the end of the day, Gambia is losing a lot. We have a lot of perforated borders or ways and means through which people do a lot of smuggling in this country. So the GRA and the security must be real resource, and they must be very firm in the crusade to fight against smuggling. Smuggling is one of the key areas where we lose a lot of revenue, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it was also highlighted that the authority was also advised to request for a judge at the judiciary to administer tax tribunal for tax defaulters. So it means we don't have a tax tribunal here, or what is it? The mover of the motion or the chairperson. Can you try to highlight on this? Because I don't understand. As a nation, you are recommending or you are saying that the authority requests the judge at the judiciary to administer tax tribunal for tax defaulters. So it means that there are defaulters all throughout since 2016 to date without being redressed as a country. Honorable Speaker, this is something that we want clarity on. Honorable Speaker, the report of the National Audit Office, it has also highlighted that contracts were awarded to suppliers which were not registered with GPBA. Page 12, second paragraph. In violation of procurement regulation. Honorable Speaker, this is not accepted and is another gateway for corruption. Honorable Speaker, National Audit Office was rated 85%. Which means they are not fully compliant with procurement rules and regulations. Who rated them 85%? Fpac. Honorable Speaker, I'm not comfortable with that rating. I think the mover will be able to tell us what yardstick do they use to make this rating. I don't know what tools do they use to make this rating, Honorable Speaker, with these circumstances in front of me. Honorable Speaker, budget for 2016 was tampered with by Ministry of Finance without the knowledge of the National Assembly. This was considered a violation. So there must be a penalty for this action. Honorable members, charity begins at home. Let's act now for audit to know that National Assembly is also serious in their work. Let's have punishment for some of these actions. Let us not leave them free. If you have the culture of leaving things to work like this, it will never be fixed. Who is there to build the car? It must start with us. These things need to be regulated. Honorable Speaker, going further, AO was found to be biased. This is serious. An institution that we expect to perform an impartial responsibility, they are getting biased. This is serious. Only few or the same audit firms were awarded. Who knows whether they are getting kickback? Yes. Why are you using only one firm? This is there's a fundamental question to ask, and we need fundamental answers for this, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General clarified the above queries and assured the committee that the aforementioned concerns were subsequently addressed and will be captured in 2017 report, as well as his audit paragraphs to the National Assembly. Was this fulfilled? We need to be told. Honorable Speaker, there is a page on consultative meeting that the committee had with CRC, outlining some of the concerns that they have to be part of the draft. Now the draft is engraved. I don't know whether the question that I'm going to ask will be relevant before wasting your time, because I know you cannot answer such question for the dead draft. Let me move to the other page. Page 14. Review of the Public Finance Act. Honorable Speaker, there are numerous sections that have been quoted by the committee with so many recommendations, as far as the Finance Act is concerned. Don't you think there is need for holistic approach by the committee to look at it, or do you expect them to fulfill all these things? With what time frame? So this page also need to be. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, as I said, whom much is given, much is expected from. This committee is a committee that is the most, I can say, the most important committee in this National Assembly. And it will not be as usual. We need to be very firm, and we need to be ready to serve the nation. The standing order gives the committee the power to do anything, the power of the High Court. So let them start taking action, or the Supreme Court. Let them start doing something in favor. They will get our blessings from the House here, because we cannot accept, our family members die in the hospital when our funds are in the pocket of an individual. When you go to Bruce B, you go to these new estates, you can see government officials building, mansions, bungalows. So sometimes, we cannot say that we can see corruption walking naked in this country. So we must be ready to combat it. And I believe, honorable members, all those who made a statement here, they speak against what? Corruption. We must be ready to combat it. I thank you for giving me a chance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Central Badibu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jara West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also want to thank the Vice Chairman of Fpac, Honorable Flower Salum, and the entire Fpac committee for the brilliant job you have done, together with your support staffs, and also to the witnesses as well, because they have complied. I don't deem to go far because some of the honorable members have moved or dilated on the issues that I want to go in. I just want to support the report and recommendation, especially on the grants to be consolidated. That is very, very important. The money is coming for the Gambians. It is for the interest of Gambians. So if it is consolidated, it will be very, very useful for all the Gambians people. I believe that recommendation is one of the best of the recommendations, and I'm in support of it. And also, the recommendation that you made for the Ministry of Finance to judiciously use its funds instead of relying on budget support, which may be coming from outside with strict measures. That one also is a very welcoming recommendation. You have thought wisely. It is very, very important, because as one of the honorable members mentioned, during the revised budget, it was because of those, elapses. That is why we have the revised budget. There were some funds that were expected, and they never come in. So those recommendations should be put into practice by the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. I will also appeal to the committee to make a follow-up on all these recommendations, if some are done or whether they are in the process of doing it, and then let's make sure all your recommendations are met, because it is very, very important. It is very precise. When I read it, when I go over it, I was happy, because with this, if it is put into practice, I believe Gambia will move forward. So I thank you people for the job well done you've done. I move to the Financial Intelligence Unit, which is a very, very sensitive unit, which needs to be functioning very well, because it deals with money laundering and then combating terrorism. So we need experts, and then that unit needs to be filled with experienced people, and then it should function very, very well, so as to tackle money laundering and then combat terrorism. Honorable Speaker, I also want to support your recommendation on recommending for the central bank to have a backup system, which is very, very important for a financial institution, because it will help you always to maintain the system to work properly and keep accurate data, even whereas disaster occurs. So that is very, very important. So on that note, as I said, some of my colleagues have touched all the areas that I wanted to touch. Let's just work very hard so that these recommendations are implemented for the betterment of Gambia. On that note, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Giara West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Well, before going further, I would like to make a general observation. listening keenly to every single person that intervened here, we must be mindful. The standing order does provide that this parliament cannot really engage itself in allegation. We must operate based on facts provided to us. We must also treat issues based on empirical evidence that is before us in this House Assembly. Rather than alleging people at the border collecting money, alleging GRA staffs for building mansions here and there, these are all allegations. And this parliament should not and shall not engage in alleged practices. So I implore each and every one of us to desist from that practice. The House is too noble for that practice. The House is beyond speculation. We must put our case based on empirical facts or empirical evidence provided to us as oversight institution or body. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I'll be very brief. Thanking the Committee of Finance and Public Accounts Committee, Fpac, for constitutionally inclined. Section 109 of the Constitution does give them the reserved rights to look into government books of accounts to make sure value for money is attained. Honorable Speaker, they have done just that. It's better to be late than never. Quickly going to page 6. It reads, unfortunately, they discovered that the majority of officers involved have left service and some of them could not be located. Second paragraph, on that note, the grievances, disappointment, the anger of members of the committee is being captured and reflected. That is, our members expressed their disappointment with such attitude of public officers mishandling public funds. The committee directed the Accountant General Office to take further steps to use all avenues to recover the monies. Every impress issued by the Accountant General must be given a timeline. Within it must be retired. Failure to do so results to sanction. I was expecting the committee to really use section 160 of the Constitution, 86, invoking the powers of the National Audit Office, that is the Auditor General. It reads, wherever discrepancies of a criminal or fraudulent nature are discovered during the audit of accounts by the Auditor General, he or she shall immediately cause a report of his or her findings to be submitted to the Inspector General of Police for actions. So there is no legal lacuna. There is no limitations of legal.
Honorable Member, Section 160?
Section 160, subclause 5.
5.
Yeah. Section 160, subclause 5, page 6886. So therefore, I would have expected the committee to really capture this point and instruct the Auditor General to act forthwith to make sure that the findings are sent to the police and Inspector General of Police for further implementation or further action as well. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I want to quickly go to page 11 of the report. That is Gambia Revenue Authority GRA, under paragraph 3, page 11. considering the impacts of border closure between the Gambia and Senegal, both the committee and the management of JRA expressed similar concerns and observations that this issue requires strong political commitment between the two governments. The Gambia and Senegal as brothers and sisters, sharing almost everything, such incidents need to be controlled to facilitate trade and movement of people in the line within the ECOWAS protocol. I want the Select Committee of Trade to take up this portion to further engage the ministry under their purview in terms of compliance rates of these two countries in terms of ETLS, ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme. Senegal and Gambia are both signatory. We also have, as a country, we should understand that our advantage in terms of port or international trade is concerned, the country really benefits from re-export rates. As a country enjoying from re-export rates, it means that many of our goods are passed through Senegal down to final destination. And Mali, being a landlocked country, really prefers to come and trade with Gambia. So therefore, this is a very serious issue, a serious concern, and both the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, the GRA, and of course, by extension, the Ministry of Trade, should really look into this recommendation to make sure there is proper adherence in terms of the ECOWAS protocol. And also, by extension, this delegation to ECOWAS Parliament would also take its own full share out of this to echo it at the ECOWAS Parliament level to make sure there is compliance in terms of protocol we've signed up to. Nations have signed the protocol to make sure that the integration of ECOWAS is not at crossroads. So therefore, it's one thing to really enter into agreements and conventions of or whatever organizations, and it's another thing also to accept the integrity legal instruments that are binding on that integration. So therefore, we will take our own full share to make sure we echo it at the regional parliament, to make sure that states subscribe to these protocols of free movement and goods and service. Because if it's hindered or abridged, ECOWAS is at crossroads, and we cannot be at crossroads to our very protocols we sign up to. So in that regard, I thank you so much for indulgence. I thank the mover of the motion, and of course, by extension, the chairperson, for for this timely intervention, for acting so apt to make sure that they bring this to the floor of the chambers for discussion. Honourable Speaker, I thank you so much for indulgence.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member for Kantora and Majority Leader. And I call upon the Honourable Member for Bundunga Kunda.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the floor. First of all, I want to thank the previous Fpac committee for the wonderful job, and being part of the current Fpac committee. All what I want to say, majority of the members have discussed it, but actually what I want to say here is about the impress issue. Out of 31 million, they already recover 2.5. I think this is a big loss to the state. And we should all understand why we are here. We are all under this roof as a representative of our people, and definitely we cannot be elected by our people, and we have special technocrats that they appoint. They are given responsibilities, and they don't do the actual work. Because basically, at the end of the day, we are accountable to our people. So we expect when they bring their budgets here and whatever approval we give them, we expect them to implement it accordingly. Because this is all geared towards, because we've been talking about corruption. What can we do to stop or mitigate corruption? It's very simple and clear. Let's bring the anti-corruption bill, and whatever recommendation, because recommendations are not meant for you to just keep. It meant for you to adopt it to add value or improve your standard. So for that being the case, the report is here and it's a very good report. There are a lot of recommendations. I think this recommendation, I'm appealing to the general body for us to approve it. When we approve it and we find a mechanism wherein at least we can track all these recommendations in various institutions or departments. Because it's not fair, at the end of the day, being a representative, because at the end of the day, people hold us accountable. So, and this, the government official or public officials that we have, they are appointed based on their expertise, based on their qualification. But sometimes when such reports come here, all the time you see some, issues relating to malpractice or misconduct. So we cannot understand that. So as a member of Fpac committee, I don't want to preempt, but as far as our works are concerned, we need to stick and ensure that we do the right thing. Because at the end of the day, whatever we discuss here, it's always important we do the right thing. If we all do the right thing, we will definitely achieve the development of this country. So on that note, I want to thank all the members who contributed, because the areas that I want to touch, you touch it. But the impress issue, how can they give you money? Instead of retiring the impress, you refuse to retire it. So this is very abnormal, and I think we need to do something about it as people representatives. So on that note, I want to thank everybody for contributing. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Bundung Kakunda, and I invite the Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Before the move of the motion, the Vice Chair of the committee will come in to respond to the salient concerns and clarifications that we have sorted. Let me also join my colleagues in Fpac, 6th Legislature, to commend and thank the Fpac entirely of the 5th Legislature for the wonderful work that they have done to go into the reports of the respective institutions, in particular the ones that were specifically covered in this report. The COIN committee considered it wise that this is the stepping stone as far as the committee is concerned if we want to effectively do our work. We cannot put aside this report, otherwise you are asking us to inform the plenary to what extent some of the issues that are highlighted have been implemented. I think that will be a matter of putting the cart before the horse. We can only use this report as an instrument when it is actually adopted by the plenary. That's why we attach importance first to the adoption of this report, to our committee's work that are currently lying on the table of the Fpac. It is our hope that when this report is adopted, it is going to add value to whatever work we are going to do and address what may be termed as the stumbling block to address financial malpractice, or what people may call it corrupt practice in our finance sectors. Honorable members, the reason why the committee currently did not allow this report to be gathered and endorsed is because we are very more keen and committed to address the issues that were highly captured in the report. And I want to assure you, as chair of the committee, we will endeavor to ensure that something fruitful is done after the adoption of this report. It is one thing to lay your report to the plenary for adoption, or for another to implement. That is why earlier on in my introduction, I did say, when the report is adopted, Fpac as well as other concerned committees will be fully involved and engaged in the implementation of this report. As the majority leader rightly recommended at one point, for the involvement of trader in the aspect that concerns trade, and may also go far to involve any committee that we feel you are relevant to function in that aspect of the implementation. Honorable members, it's high time. What is in our laws, in our books, we try to execute as is expected of us. Bishop Michael Cleary, in 1993, in his pilgrimage sermon in Kunkuja Mariama, did say, if you are in public position, you are entrusted. If you fail to carry the trust and confidence bestowed on you, you are corrupt. When Sadara was asked by BBC to whom the bishop was referring to, he said to all aspects of the society, it's not only government officials that the bishop was referring to. It's not only the president. The whole aspect of the society, in one way or the other, you are entrusted. The confidence and trust that is bestowed on you, if you cannot actually live to that expectation, if there is any form of foul play or malpractice, you are corrupt. So there we are as parliamentarians. If we heed to our role and responsibility, after the adoption of this report, we just want to leave it as it is. Then, what the bishop is trying to say, the trust and confidence that is expected on us, we fail to adhere to that, then we can equally be accused of being corrupt. Not necessarily we were directly involved in the malpractice, but in one way or the other, we may be looked into or termed to be aiding and abetting. So that's why it's important, as members call, that we all put our weight to adopt this report. We don't stop there. We add our weight to ensure it is executed with recommendations embedded in the report, as well as what may be emerging resolutions that can support the recommendation to enhance the implementation. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you, and then I thank all the honorable members for your support to the motion, and finally to the Fifth Legislature, from their chairperson right down to every member, for the wonderful work that they have done. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North. I now invite Honorable Member for Tumana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think my colleagues have said all, so therefore I don't think I will spend more time. I will quickly join them to thank the Fpac and also the mover of the motion. I will equally thank the chairperson for his leadership, and again thank the 5th legislature and the entire committee. I will thank the Auditor General also for his firm stand in finding out what has been going on. My areas that I want to look into is the grant. That is the grant to pass through the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, and also the Accountant General, and also Fpac. I think this is very important, because most of our grants are coming, and when they come, people have difficulties to access them. And I think this is simply because of the relevant stakeholders are all not in the picture. So therefore, that is very, very important. And also concerning the porous nature of our borders, government is losing a lot of revenues in those areas also. I want to talk on the IFMIS software tool. This is very important, and it is important for it to be established in all the government ministries, departments, and agencies, because we are in the era of technology. Therefore, this is very, very important, and this can help us in collecting revenues, managing them, and also spending, and also controlling them, of course. Outsourcing revenue collection is a problem as far as I am concerned, and I think it is important for chartered accountants to be deployed across all the ministries just to put things in order. CBG T4324 issue is very, very important. It needs to be fixed, because an institution like the Central Bank of the Gambia, this software is needed by them. So it should be fixed out so that operations or works are done effectively and efficiently. I would equally, before concluding my remarks, to call on all of us, most especially the Fpac, because what they have done is one thing. The next thing is to stand on their feet to make sure these recommendations are implemented. I think this is very, very important, and not only Fpac, but all of us as a National Assembly. I think we all need to stand behind each other and support to see to it that the implementations are, the recommendations are implemented. I will thank the clerks also for their steadfastness and the support they are rendering to the Fpac and other committees. On that note, Honorable Chair, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Tumanna. Honorable members, thank you all. May I now call upon the mover to respond to the issues raised and wind up the debate. Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu, Upper Salum rather.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable members, for the compliments. Together as a team, we were able to come up with a report. It was also not an easy task, because also we have the Auditor General as a key partner, and the ministry also was really very cooperative in answering some of the queries that we actually have. And that's the reason why, if you look at the audit report, some of the queries we don't even highlight, because the ministry was able to resolve them prior to coming to us. Now, I'm just going to give a summary, because it's going to be difficult to give a response to each individual. But what is clear here is that we need to follow up with the recommendations made here in Fpac. And as far as the issues of leakages are concerned, and Impress also is concerned. I think our biggest problem we have here is the legal framework that we are operating on as a government. And that's the reason why the committee deems it fit to make a recommendation for the Public Finance Act 2014 to be reviewed and amended to ensure that those issues actually are taken care of. Now, if you look at the issue of Impress, for example, if you look at the Financial Regulation 2016, for the issue of Impress, it says the Accountant General shall not issue an Impress to an applicant who, at the time of making the application, has in his or her name an Impress due for retirement. We have seen instances where people actually have taken two Impress, which is not actually correct. So we have seen, and we already know the circumstances when that was actually done. But this is what the law says. What the law says must actually be respected. In another area also, Honorable Speaker, about Impress, an officer holding a larger Impress may, after obtaining the approval of the Accountant General, deposit the Impress in a bank account open specially for this purpose. That's also another issue. So another one also is saying an Impress shall be retired on or before the last day of the financial year or on such earlier date as specified by the Permanent Secretary when authorizing the Impress. So these are all issues. So these are legal issues that we actually have in our documents. That's why we are recommending for those things to to be changed so that there will be no areas that they can actually, or loopholes that they can do. Now, as far as following up or visiting, I think we have done that. The Fpac actually has visited the Accountant General's office because in prior year audits, what we realized was there were a lot of issues dealing with missing vouchers. So what we did is we went to the Accountant General's office and sat with them to understand really why is it that all the time there are queries of missing vouchers. But you will appreciate and understand that if a ministry is in the Commons, for example, and the ministry does all the procurement process, the ministry does all the documentation and posts the transaction for payment, at the end of the day, if anything is missing, the agent is held accountable. So now what they're trying to do is to automate, meaning what they're trying to do is like each transaction will be attached with all the documents attached. So it means when you click on a transaction, you'll be able to see all the documents that are part of it. And that's part of the improvement that the Accountant General actually doing right now, that we have gone there, we have verified, we have seen it in person as Fpac. So they are not just sitting down, but they are actually trying to improve the way they do things. That's their business processes. So we want to commend them for coming with those solutions. Now, with the issue of grants not going through the Minister of Finance, if the Minister of Foreign Affairs actually agrees with any other institution, international organization, for grants to be given to the Gambia government, but instead of having the Minister of Finance to take charge, they go directly to that particular sector. This is exactly why the problem is. It's not like they are not reporting it because they are not reporting because they don't know, they have not seen it. And that's the reason why we are saying that all grants going forward must pass through the Minister of Finance so that the Accountant General actually can have a record of those grants. Those needs to be captured in the financial statement of the government. But if grants do not go through the ministry, there is no way they will know. And that's the reason why the opinions of the Auditor General, advance opinion, because these are huge amounts. You are talking about billions. So it's not like somebody has taken the money. It doesn't actually mean that. It's just that they have not captured it in their books of accounts because it has gone through another sector. So all those things, we are recommending that those things need to be sorted out. Now, the member for Woodley actually has asked a question saying that the lapses, of course, those lapses need to be closed, and that's the reason why the prior year audit queries actually have been followed up with the ministry. Now, he also asked about the issue of debt to equity ratio. When you talk about the debt to equity ratio, really you are really talking about the company total debt divided by the total shareholder equity. What that gives you, the lower the amount, the better. That means you are in a better position to pay. But with the issue of central bank, I think the member was here when we were told by the former Minister of Finance that they are not being properly capitalized. In fact, I can remember hundreds of millions have been given to the Central Bank of the Gambia to ensure that they are properly capitalized. So I think the issue of the equity ratio is not really a big deal with them because we already know they were not properly capitalized, and Parliament actually has approved hundreds of millions of dollars to be given to the Central Bank so that they can have enough capital for their operations. Now, the other area that the member also has asked is about the issue of non-current assets. when you talk about non-current asset, you are talking about an asset that cannot be easily convertible into cash in that particular financial year. So if you have the less you have with that, the better. So you're going to see that they had more in the prior year. Now it has gone down, which means now whatever they have actually can easily be converted into cash in that current financial year. Interest. I think there's also general agreement in the issue with interest that the people that have not retired their interest must be held accountable. I think that's a general agreement, and I concur with all of you that actually has said that. So I think the Fpac actually has summoned the Accountant General. In fact, he has given us a list of everybody that actually has an interest that you did not retire. And it was from that list that we instructed him to do whatever it takes to ensure that those people they retire. He went back and was able to get people to retire. You see, with the issue of interest, we need to be careful here. It's not like somebody actually has taken the money just like that. Some of them, they've retired, but it was done on a manual way. You know, you can retire in the system when you take an interest. Sometimes you may have system issue, and they may retire manually. So that reconciliation actually was done between them and the Auditor General. And then now what we need to do as Fpac is to get the latest. What actually have they done? Who are the people that are actually still remaining? Some actually have done a partial retirement, meaning all the documentation they need to submit is not actually done. So we need to follow with the AGD to ensure that we have the latest list showing actually who owes what, who has done what. So from there we can take it up in really what we want to do. Now, with the issue of treasury bills, the member for Woodley East, you know, when the government competes with the private sector in terms of taking central bills, treasury bills, that would actually make the treasury bills rate higher, evidently, because it's about the loss of demand and supply. But in terms of really, if you look at the past 4 or 5 years, you're going to see that the appetite of government taking treasury bills actually has gone down a bit. And that actually has resulted in the rates for treasury bills from going from double digits to single digits. So you're going to see that their appetite actually has gone down a lot. So now the issue is, what can the commercial banks do to ensure that people actually have money, especially the private sector, to be able to do business? Now, with that, during the COVID, I think the Minister of Finance, through the Central Bank of the Gambia, came and then worked with the Central Bank of the Gambia to reduce the credit reserve ratio. This ratio basically, when as a commercial bank or a financial institution, when people make deposit in the bank or they call it microfinance institutions, a percentage of that deposits is actually lodged at the central bank. So that cannot be part of the money that you give out as a loan or overdraft or something. So what the government did through the central bank is to work with the central bank to reduce that amount of ratio, meaning there will be more money available to the banks to be able to give out to the private sector. So that actually has yielded dividend, because if I could remember, it was going to yield more than 200 million that will be available to the people to borrow, and that was during the COVID. Perhaps we need to find out what actually is the latest, whether the ratio has been restored back by the central bank or not, or what else the central bank can do to ensure that commercial banks are able to give more money to the private sector. Now, to go on about the money laundering also, I think from the same member. What we try to show here with the Financial Intelligence Unit, they normally receive reports from the financial sector, like the banks, something they call suspicious transaction reports. These are actually generated by all the commercial banks, and the suspicious transaction reports, these are reports that is sent to them for them to evaluate, to see whether this is something that they really need to do more investigation on. An example, like honorable members, you know, when you go to open a bank account in any of the banks, they do something they call KYC, which is know your customer. There are forms that you actually fill so they can understand you, who are you. So when you say that your salary is going to be 100,000, for example, just example, then all of a sudden the bank receives $2 million into your account. That will be a suspicious transaction. So those transactions actually are sent to the FIU to do more investigation, whether it's about money laundering or any other thing. So those are the things that have been done. So they receive those STRs, but to have a system that will actually analyze, help them to do more analysis, that's what we are asking for, that they need to have that kind of system to help them to do more analysis on those transactions. Now, I think I've answered this one from the one Fonyi Jarol, I think he also made the same thing. He's part of the committee, and I made a commendation and, for the committee. I will try to avoid to talk about political statements. I cannot do that. I just concentrate on what the report actually says. The member for Bako also was on the same line. Now, I think there's also an issue of this 15,688 million. You know, prior year, you know, this alone can actually make the accounts to be unqualified, to have actually adverse opinion. What these transactions are, you know, after the audited accounts are done, and the Minister of the Accountant General realizes that there are some adjustments that need to be made in the accounts, obviously that would affect the end of end of year balances. So when it affects the end of year balances, automatically in the new year coming in, the opening balances also will be affected. So this actually has a lot to do with the adjustments they've made. If you look at the audited accounts, you realize that the Auditor General actually has made them to do a lot of adjustments in terms of reconciliations, especially like the embassies, where the FX rates actually may be a little bit different. So this actually has a lot to do with that. But we need to come to terms with them to find out exactly when are they going to stop that, to ensure that that's actually captured properly. Now, Honorable Speaker, also with the issue with the Accountant General, I think some of you were talking about the timeliness of these reports. I think they've moved, they've done very well. You know, in 2017, as Fpac, remember I told you we were dealing with 2012 accounts. We were dealing with accounts as late as 5 years or more. But right now, as we speak, this last weekend, the Auditor General told us that the accountant actually has submitted their accounts for 2020 and have also completed 2021. So I think they need to be commended for that. Because again, if somebody is moving from 5 years that you are unable to submit accounts until this year, you are able to submit accounts for the latest prior year, I think they need to be commended for that. Because there was a lot of backlog and they worked through it, even though they still need to do some more adjustments, but we will wait for the Auditor General to look at that. And the Auditor General has promised that the account for 2021 will be complete by next year. So, but for their part, what they needed to do, that was already done. Now, the nominated member of Honorable Fofana asked for clarification. That is the prior period queries inherited. Yes, the Fpac actually has I think I should have the document here. Yes, Fpac actually has tasked the Auditor General to look at the prior year queries, like what happened previously, whether they have been resolved. And on a later date, the 30th of June 2021, if I may read, Honorable Speaker, addressed to the Office of the Clerk, follow-up review of supporting documents on the prior year audit matters and findings contained in 2016, 17, and 18 management letter of the Government of the Gambia. The Public Accounts Committee has requested the Auditor General review and verify supporting documentation and evidence submitted by the Accountant General on the prior year audit matters and findings contained in 2016, 17, and 18 management letter. The request was made on the 26th of April, 2021. We hereby provide undercover of the missive or findings following the conclusion of the review exercise. So they have given us the reports of the prior year queries that they've done in 2016. They show that some queries, some were resolved, but there are some that are still outstanding. And for 2016, there were transfers of funds amounting to 40 million from Treasury main account to other bank accounts based on the directives issued by the Office of the President, payment authorization. Then another one was there was contingent liabilities totaling in 360 million. There another one also, a reconciliation was performed by internal audit on the settlement on unconfirmed areas, totaling 100. So there are a series of things that we've gone back to them for them to be able to come back.
Point of observation. Sorry. Okay. Can you help me? Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I think to avoid any doubt, just like what the member for Central Badibu was saying, you are talking about unreconciled differences and a payment of 40 million based on executive directives. Can we know where those monies were going and the unreconciled balances also is in respect to what? So that we can be on the same wavelength, and if at all there should be follow-up mechanisms, we should know where to concentrate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let me just access my library here. 2016. Just, Honorable Speaker, if you can just give me just a minute, let me see if I can trace this particular one, 2016. Okay. Here in 2016 audited accounts, On the 3.1.3, fund transfer on directive. Section 20 of the Public Finance Act stipulates that a government bank account shall be opened only by the authority of the Accountant General, and Section 20 further stipulates that the Accountant General shall, at the close of each financial year, supply the Auditor General with a list of all government bank accounts open and in operations. Auditor says, we noted instances where funds totaling 40 million were transferred from the treasury account to other banking accounts based on the directives issued by the Office of the President. We were very concerned that details of these bank accounts were not provided to the Auditor General as stipulated in this Act. Neither the Accountant General's Department nor the Minister of Finance could provide us with any documentary evidence or explanation as to the purpose of the opening of these accounts and the subsequent transfer of funds, details shown below. So these are accounts that the Accountant General was not even aware of, but funds were moved there. Now, on the 20th of July, payment of transfer of funds to mobilization account at GT Bank, 22 million. And another one, 17th of May 2016, payment of transfer of funds to security account at the Central Bank of the Gambia amounted to 80 million. These two actually form the 40 million. That is still outstanding. So we need to get to the Accountant General to tell us exactly the steps they're taking to ensure that these monies are recovered. Because this is moved from the treasury main account to an account that doesn't belong to the government, according to the audit report. Then another query about the
point of observation still. Sorry, senior member. I'm just confused. Because whenever there's a giving hand, there must be a receiving hand. So if bank transfers are made, obviously it's coming from one hand and another account is receiving it. So are we saying in 2016 there were some goods transactions that we don't know where the money was deposited? I'm really confused. If at all you don't have the evidence provided, then I think I will urge this House to pass a resolution so that we can get to the Accountant General to get to the bottom of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. From our investigation with the Accountant General, we've been clearly informed that the 22 million that was debited from the Treasury main account on the 20th of July 2016 was indeed transferred to the APIC account at GT Bank, account number 15467531110, with BBAN number 005101105. On the 17th of May 2016, the payment for transfer of funds was actually done to the security account lodged at the Central Bank of the Gambia, and that was on account number 1101003565. This is from the Auditor General's, from the Auditor General, and it was also confirmed by the Accountant General. I hope that's okay. Now, the member also asked about the unretired interest, which I think I've actually answered properly. Now, the member for Joshua was trying to find out the difference between the National Audit Office and the internal audit. You know, the Auditor General is actually created by the Constitution, Section 158, and the function of the Auditor General actually is also clearly indicated on Section 160 of the 1997 Constitution. If you go, and their mandate is very clear, they are not only the direction of anybody, but their main responsibility to ensure that all government accounts actually are audited and reports sent to the National Assembly. In fact, they can even go further, where government actually has a major stake in any institution in this country, they have the right to audit those accounts. Now, in terms of the internal audit directorate is actually a directorate or a unit under the Ministry of Finance, and they are created under the Public Finance Act on Section 67 from the Public Finance Act, I think, yeah. So they are created. In fact, you can call them an internal control, meaning they look at the transaction that actually happen in each of the ministries or agencies before they go for final payment. And that's the reason why, if you look at our recommendations in the Public Finance Act 2014, we are saying that they need to give more powers, because the more powers they have as far as internal audit, they will be able to check every single transaction before it goes through for payment. Because at the end of the day, anything that happens is the responsibility of the Accountant General. So we are saying that we need to give them more powers to ensure that they are able to do their work and they are present in each of the ministries, departments, or the agencies. Likewise, one of the recommendations also, you will realize that is the Accountant General's office. We believe, as the Paymaster General, they must not be reporting to any permanent secretary. We believe they cannot be reported to any vote controller because there could be a conflict. So we want them to be stand alone, but to be reporting to the minister instead of reporting to some matters to the permanent secretary. You will see that in the recommendations as well. And the member for Overflow, I think he has also said that people need more stake ownership, which I completely agree with you. And the issue of the state-owned enterprises. You know, Honorable Speaker, when the audit accounts are being prepared by the Accountant General, you know, the state-owned enterprises actually belong to the government, which means any money they have in terms of you know, assets or liabilities also they need to capture in our accounts as a consolidated account. But where the accounts are not audited, it's going to be difficult to incorporate them into the audit account. And we know those in the state-owned enterprises or the Fpac committee, you know, most of them, their audit accounts is not actually up to date. So they are not up to date. You know, when you talk about places like NAWIC and et cetera, you know, their accounts were not up to date. So now the question is like, what do they do? Does the accountant general actually have to wait for those state-owned enterprises to be audited first before they incorporate them, or do they just submit what they have? So that is up to us now to decide what we want to do. But I think that's a big challenge. Unless the state-owned enterprises do their accounting, audited accounts on time and submit to the Minister of Finance to be incorporated into that, we may find it very difficult to ensure that the opinion, the advanced opinion, is actually reversed, because it's really material. So Opofro was also asking for the list of impress holders, which we think we have. The majority leader also, I think, was all about commendation. So I think unless I miss something, a member can let me know, but I think I've covered most of the issues we actually have. Now, Honorable Speaker, with the recommendation, yes, sir.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, want to observe? Yeah, Honorable Member, I think there's one that you left, the question that Honorable nominated member, one of the questions, regarding who the third party is on the airport security report. Yes.
Thank you very much for that reminder. You know, the third party collection, the example I can give is the security report collections at the airport. You know, the Accountant General's office is mandated to collect every penny that belongs to the Gambia government. So there is nobody that has the authority to make any collection on behalf of the government unless and until you have been delegated to do so by the Accountant General. So we, as a parliament, we must ensure that that right must not be taken by anybody from the Accountant General's office. This is by law from the Public Finance Act 2014. So if somebody is collected on behalf of government, it's actually wrong. So they need to correct that as soon as possible to ensure that they take charge of the duties that's given to them, just like what they're doing at the Senegal Bay Bridge. Yeah.
But the actual question is, who is that third party? I think that's what the honorable member is finding.
Third parties collected.
Oh, okay, no, the only thing we are told is about the security report. So we are not too sure exactly the local company here, or who they collect on their behalf. We do not know. Maybe we need to do more investigation to that so that we can ensure that we get all the questions answered. But based on what we have, there is nowhere that tells us actually this is the agency that's actually in security report to collect. Whether it's Gambia Civil Aviation or the Minister of Finance, we are not sure. We have not been told in the report. Yeah.
That is to say, as far as the committee is concerned, we are yet to establish who the third parties are. So that can be another action point that we need to endeavor to find out.
Honorable Speaker, I raised a question regarding page 15. Yes, page 15, I think there's your recommendations. One is about the temporary investment, that you want they want the permanent secretary to invest temporarily in the Gambia elsewhere, money that is not needed. That's the question that I raised, was I think you could remember. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Honorable, I left that one, yeah. Now, you see, when you talk about the Consolidated Revenue Fund, it's not only the fund that is in the Gambia, that is part of the Consolidated Revenue Fund. The Gambia government actually has money outside this Gambia here, in USD, in euros, etc. So if the government, through the Minister of Finance, they realize that the money that they have in the UK or wherever bank they have, and it's not needed for immediate use, they can actually invest it and make profit for the Gambia government. So those are the ones we are talking about, and that's the reason why we tell them that if you look at the Public Finance Act, it gives the PS the leeway to be able to do that investment on money that's not immediately needed by the Gambia government. If you know these import covers that we're talking about here, sometimes you may have 6-7 months or so import cover, and these are monies that are in our current account somewhere. Those are the monies that they can actually use to do some investment, or even here locally, if there is a need for them. Because here in the capital markets here, you realize that banks can actually borrow from you for about a day, 24 hours, or 2 days. If they have money in the Consolidated fund and they don't need it immediately, why not? So that's the leeway they're giving instead of having the money to lie down there for you know, if you look at the commercial banks, that's what they do interbank. You know, they do interbank where one bank will borrow the other bank for 24 hours or 48 hours for money that's lying down in the central bank and they don't have immediate use for. So that's why they give that leeway so that the ministry can do that in case they have extra money. Honorable Speaker, I think there was also one thing I also forgot about the GPBA. I think 85% rated for the national audit. The rating is not done by the Fpac. The rating is done by GPBA. You know, GPBA actually has certain criteria that when we look at any institution that comes to Parliament, they will come also and give a rating. A rating based on the GPBA Act and also their regulation they have, whether they are in compliance with the procurement rules that they have or the procurement regulation that they have. So based on the activity you've done, whether you send your reports on monthly basis or whether you've reached 3 quotations, 4 quotations, you know, value for money, all that thing they rate you. So what they rated the Auditor General was about 85%. So the rating did not come from us, but the rating came from GPPA. Thank you.
May I observe you, Honorable Member? Lower Salum.
Lower Salum, what is the problem?
Yes, thank you. I just want to make things to be heard very well on his submission. And the nominated member. It's not clear to us. The transfer that was made in 2016 from the Treasury to the APRC Bureau. And on his submission, he said the Auditor General will make sure to recover that money. How can this money to be recovered by the Auditor General?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think the question I was answering, I'm not too sure if he was here, is the prior year audit queries. What exactly are we doing as Fpac? So what I said is Fpac is actually, we task the Auditor General to go back and speak with or work with the Accountant General to ensure that all these areas actually are resolved. And that's exactly, this query is still outstanding since 2016. And it's not only that, I think I read about 4 or 5 queries that are still outstanding as far as 2016 is concerned. If you go to 2017 also, you will see that some queries are still outstanding. Same thing. So what you realize also is, if you look at the original queries from 2016 by the Auditor General, and now you see that some of the queries actually have been resolved. So they are out. So we're going to continue to do that until everything is actually resolved. That's exactly what I was trying to refer to.
Honorable members, I don't know whether we are going to debate the answers, questions and answers. I don't know. Yes, Honorable Member for Central Body.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, but if the member is saying that they have an outstanding of queries, can he help the House to compile them so that at the end of the day, we pass it as a form of resolution? And another observation that I have too, you made mention of the state-owned enterprises that the government guaranteed to have loans. I did ask you, can you name some of those state institutions or state-owned enterprises?
Yeah, sorry. I think, Honorable Member, for us to ease all these problems, we have requested from the Honorable Member to give us names of those people who have taken interest and have not taken it back. Give us the names of the state enterprise who are giving loans and have not paid, and he will bring them to us. They will make the request and they will bring it.
Yes, I said yes. I concur with you in the form of a resolution, not only by just saying here.
Yeah, in the form, I don't understand. You want Parliament to make a resolution?
Yes, yes.
There
are numerous things that we outline. So what I want is the mover, I don't know whether he's willing to compile them together, because we don't want at the end of the day we come again, we have this kind of problems.
What can happen, honorable member, is I don't think we can prepare the resolution to extract them now for us to do it. Then ask the honorable member and his committee to what you want. You told them. You prepare as a member, as a member for Central Badibu. You prepare a motion. That you will market to honorable members for us to adopt and then ask them to bring it. But I don't think there will be problem for the honorable member to request for the names. For other ones you can, but to get the names of the parastatals that are owing, I don't think that should be a problem. And to get the names of the people who have not returned their interest, I don't think that should be a problem. If we have any further developments to action on, we can put that in the form of a motion. Honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In fact, we are doing just that. We are trying to come up with a resolution on some of the key recommendations that all of us actually have agreed literally to come up with a resolution so that we can present it. I'm not too sure whether today or tomorrow, so that we can give timeline to those recommendations. So I've given it to the table of they're working on that right now. But just to answer this last question, I think maybe the honorable member might have forgotten, but there was a loan that was given to GGC and also NAWEC, which the Gambia government was a guarantor, and in the supplementary appropriation, we put some money in there to be able to pay because they could not pay. So the Gambia government actually had to take up those responsibilities, and they paid.
Are those the only two?
I can only remember those two.
Yeah, if they are the only two, you will have helped us by just mentioning the names. I thought there were many. But honorable member, let's request from him. They will do it and they will present it to you. Yes, honorable member, still for Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have an observation to make. He's saying that we allow them to work with the resolution. I think right now we need to pass the resolution here because we cannot allow them to go and work on it. When are they going to bring it? Do you understand? So he should read the resolutions that we have, and if members have anything to add on, we pass it, then it can be better time.
Honorable member, he has not prepared any resolution.
No, he did prepare. Ask him first.
He said he has asked the table office.
Yes.
He has asked them to prepare. Hopefully these days he will bring it. And he has not prepared. We are here until on Thursday or Friday, so let's see what can happen. You just work together and you'll be able to come out with the solutions. And both sides of parliament, if you don't decide, you have the majority and the minority leaders, they can iron out those problems. Honorable members, let me thank, of course, the presenter, the chairman of the Fpac, and of course the vice chairperson, and all the members of Fpac for, according to members, a job well done. And in fact, actually, members also, your contributions have really enriched the report to the extent that we're talking about extracting resolutions and doing a lot of other things. I thank all of you. Honorable members, be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the Consolidated Report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, Fpac, for the period 2019 to 2021, Honorable Member, the Chairman, and your Vice Chairman. What is the period? Because 2019 to 2021 does not seem to correspond with the content of the report.
Is 2016 to 2019.
2016
to 2019.
To 2019.
Yes.
So let me put the question again. Be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the Consolidated Report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, Fpac, for the period 2016 to 2019. Those in favor, please say aye.
Observation.
Speaker.
Pardon? Observation.
Honorable, observation.
Member for Wuli East.
Yes, thank you, Honorable. I think we will adopt the report, but we will adopt it with amendments. Yes, amendments and, amendments.
Yes.
For Wuli East, we're talking about with amendments. Amendments to the report? In what form? Were there any specific amendments to the report?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, all the recommendations that are suggested by members will be incorporated in the report. They are amendments.
All right, honorable members, let me put it again. Be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, Fpac, for the period 2016 to 2019 as amended. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I think the time is gone to almost 3 minutes to 3. I think we will have to suspend the House for 1 hour. It's going 3, by 4 we are back to finish the other motion. So the House now stands suspended until 4 o'clock.